ну пыль! You move, move.
नाम देख पा रहे हो ऊपर। अभी आपको टाइप करना है क्लीन। क्लिक करने के बाद आपको पुणी एंटर करना है। एंटर करने के बाद आप देख पा रहे हो कि अभी आपको टाइप करना है क्रिएट पार्टीशन प्राइम। प्राइमरी साइज इक्वल टू 5000। आपका जो हम कुछ क्लीन करना चाहते हैं जो फाइल को, तो अभी आपको टाइप करना, एंटर करना है। एंटर करना, आपको टाइप करना है फॉर्मेट एफएस इक्वल टू NTFS में आपको फॉर्मेट करना है फाइल को। क्लिक करना है, एंटर करना है। एंटर करने के बाद आपका कुछ टाइम लगेगा, वो आपका हो जाएगा, फॉर्मेटेड हो जाएगा। अभी आपको टाइप करना है असाइन। जैसे जैसे स्पेलिंग है इस तरह टाइप करना, ठीक है। अभी एंटर करना है। अभी टाइप करना है एक्टिव। एक्टिव करने के बाद आ गया। अभी आपको टाइप करना है लिस्ट वॉल्यूम। लिस्ट वॉल्यूम जो आपका जो वॉल्यूम जो क्रिएट हो चुका है, जो जिसमें आपका पेन ड्राइव है जो इंस्टॉल किया हो, इस पेन ड्राइव को सिलेक्ट करना है। जैसे कि मेरा वॉल्यूम जीरो से है, इस तरह देख सकते हो। अब एग्जिट टाइप करना है। एग्जिट करने के बाद आपको अभी टाइप करना है, जैसे लिख रहा है CD D। हाँ, जिसमें आपका जो पेन ड्राइव यूज़ किया हो, हाँ अभी इसका भी D जैसे जैसे लिख रहा है साइड में, इसका भी D_D/HK। कुछ टाइम लेगा, ये आपका मैं स्किप कर रहा हूँ, ये कुछ टाइम लेगा आपका, 2 मिनट 5 मिनट लग सकता है। आपको वेट करना है। वेट करने के बाद आपको देख सकते हो ये थोड़ा टाइम ले सकता है, आपको टाइम देना पड़ेगा 2-4 मिनट। देख पा रहे हो मेरा हो चुकी है। मैं थोड़ा वीडियो को स्किप किया हूँ, अगर आप भी थोड़ा वेट कीजिए, 5 मिनट लग सकता है। अभी आपको एग्जिट कर देना है। एग्जिट करने के बाद आपको देख पा रहे हो मेरा हो चुकी है। मैं थोड़ा वीडियो को स्किप किया हूँ, अगर आप भी थोड़ा वेट कीजिए, 5 मिनट लग सकता है। अभी आपको एग्जिट कर देना है। एग्जिट करने के बाद आपको पेज क्लोज कर देना है। अभी आपको ट्राई करना है एक बार। नेक्स्ट कीजिए। देखो अभी आपको लाइसेंस टर्म एंड कंडीशन करना है। अभी कस्टम इंस्टॉल। अभी देख सकते हो जो ड्राइव क्रिएट करते हैं ऑनलाइन स्पेस। अभी नेक्स्ट करना है। देख पा रहे हो कि अभी
No, still working on it. Mm.
ignored. Musk said about the meeting.
What do you think of the other efforts to go suborbital?
Suborbital is a step in the direction of orbit, but so, but just to put things in perspective, you need about 100 times more energy to get to orbit versus suborbit. And then to get back from orbit, you need to burn off that energy, so you need a heavy-duty heat shield because you're coming in like a meteor. So like orbit is roughly 4 orders of magnitude more difficult than suborbit. But it's still, good to do something in space.
What did you think watching those, both Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos doing that?
I thought it was cool that they're spending money on the advancement of space. I think we ultimately want to be, humanity wants to be, should want to be a spacefaring civilization and out there among the stars. And I think we really want, all these things that we see in science fiction movies and books, like, we want those to be like real one day, not always fiction.
Right.
So I think it's good that people are spending their money advancing space technology.
You got a contract with the Defense Department to do a lunar lander.
From NASA.
From NASA, which is being disputed by Jeff Bezos.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I think I've expressed my thoughts on that front. I think you should put more of his energy into getting to orbit than lawsuits. You cannot sue your way to the moon. Okay. No matter how good your lawyers are.
Yeah. So why isn't he doing that?
I don't
We
know.
also like to make fun of his rocket. We all make fun of each other's rockets.
I think it does have, it could be a different shape, potentially.
Could you explain from a technological point of view why it's that shape?
Well, if you are only going to doing suborbital, then your rocket can be sort of shorter, yes.
So, have you called him and said, cut the shit, get bigger, or what?
I have encouraged him to emphasize getting to orbit. Yeah.
You talked to him?
Not verbally.
What is it, mind meld or
No,
what?
just
Tweet at him.
Yeah,
Tweet at
yeah,
him.
exactly. Subtweet, if you will.
So, what is subtweet? You do subtweet it.
The two billionaires has mainly been feuding over Blue Origin and SpaceX issues. In 2013, SpaceX tried to get exclusive use of a NASA launch pad. Blue Origin filed a formal protest with the government to prevent SpaceX from using the pad. Bezos proposed converting it into a commercial spaceport available to all launch companies. Musk called the move a phony blocking tactic, adding, "It's more likely to discover unicorns dancing in the flame duct than Blue Origin coming up with a vehicle qualified to NASA's human rating standards that can dock with the space station." In recent years, Musk and Bezos have been more public about their clash, frequently throwing jabs at each other on Twitter.
I think there's certainly some similarities of opinion. I think both Jeff and I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization, and out there, ultimately be out there among the stars. And I think that's the exciting, inspiring future.
Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Behind me is SpaceX's Starship prototype, and it's missing something. Well, actually, it's missing a lot of stuff right now, but one thing that's missing that there's no plans to put on it is a launch escape system, or a launch abort tower of any kind. No mechanical aborts are going to be on this rocket at all. Is that a good idea? Hindsight's always 2020, and one of the biggest criticisms of the space shuttle, which also claimed to be reusable and airliner-like reliable, was that it didn't have any kind of launch abort system. And that's the same type of thing SpaceX is claiming with the Starship. So are we doomed to see history repeat itself? And as we know, SpaceX's Dragon capsule and Boeing's Starliner both have had problems with their launch escape systems. So today we're going to debate, is all that extra stuff necessary? Does it actually make for a safer vehicle? And hopefully by the end of this video, we'll know whether or not it's a good idea to put people on top of this rocket without any kind of mechanical abort system. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, This is another one of those topics I've been asked about over and over, and for a good reason, especially now that we're seeing the commercial crew program put launch abort systems through their paces. And this has become even more relevant ever since we witnessed the failure of the Mark I Starship prototype down in Boca Chica while it was pressure testing on the launch pad. I mean, what if there were people on board? Why isn't SpaceX thinking about putting a launch abort system on it? Now, as you may know, I've already talked a good amount about launch abort systems in a video explaining why both SpaceX's Crew Dragon capsule and Boeing's Starliner have opted for liquid fuel pusher abort systems as opposed to a more traditional puller system with solid rocket motors. So if you need an overview on those systems, definitely check that video out. It should help give you some extra perspective on modern abort systems. Now, in case you didn't notice when you clicked on this video, this is again another pretty long one. Because as you may know, I don't really like to just skim the surface of topics. I like to actually dive in deep and get into the data and the history in order to find the answers. So we're going to get into a lot of little details, charts and data, and more charts and more data. We'll go over the certifications of rockets, the reliability of rocket engines, the risks and benefits of Starship's designs, and even look at the whole history of human spaceflight and figure out how many times an abort system has actually saved the lives of those on board. By the end of this video, it won't just be my opinion on whether Starship without an abort system is a good idea or not. It'll mostly be an analytical-based summary. So to make this all easier for your viewing pleasure, here are the timestamps of each topic we're going to talk about in case you want to go back and review something. There's also links in the description below to those timestamps and an article version of this video as well for you to easily go back over some of those numbers and sources. Okay, so abort systems. The idea is pretty simple. Rockets are fickle beasts. I mean, they're riding the finest engineering line possible. They need to handle extremely intense loads, temperatures, and environments while also needing to be as lightweight as possible. And since there's literally millions of moving parts, it's honestly a miracle they even work at all. So when you're putting someone on top of a vehicle that's basically just a giant bomb with a nozzle that has to have millions of parts work properly in order to not fail, it's generally considered a good idea to have a backup if things don't go as planned. Throughout most history of human spaceflight, there's been one method that has dominated launch abort systems, and that's a solid rocket motor launch escape tower. This is that tower that sits on top of the crew module that you may have noticed on vehicles like Mercury, Soyuz, Apollo, and even NASA's Orion capsule. A few vehicles like Vostok, Gemini, and early space shuttles had ejection seats as an escape system. And I've already got a video all about that if you want to hear more about it. But regardless of whether it's an ejection seat, a launch tower, or a more modern liquid pusher system, the concept's the same. If the escape system detects either a loss of thrust, a severe deviation in flight path, or even detects a rupture in the tanks, it'll trigger the abort system. Early rockets, and probably some modern ones, I couldn't actually find the answer to that, have an actual trio of sensor wires running the length of the fuselage. Now, if any two of those wires lose contact, this indicates that the fuselage had broken up, which then would trigger the abort system. The launch abort system can also be manually triggered by an astronaut who may, notice something, some kind of critical flaw that the system doesn't detect. Once an abort system is triggered, the stage separation system needs to let go of the spacecraft as the abort motors are fired, so it can pull clean from the rocket. When the motors actually fire, it accelerates the crew capsule away extremely quickly. I mean, abort motors can pull some serious Gs, like over 10 Gs. So launch abort systems were pretty much considered the best way to keep a crew safe. But what if you just made your entire system more safe? What if you had a more redundant system and over-engineered every single part to even greater safety margins? Designing a rocket to be as reliable as an airliner? That's exactly what NASA was hoping to do when engineering the space shuttle.
The vehicle is called the Space Shuttle, an airliner-like spacecraft capable of over 100 trips from Earth into Earth orbit.
The thought being, if every single part of the space shuttle was over-engineered, the chance of loss of vehicle and crew would be very low. So low, it might actually be safer than adding additional moving parts and additional systems necessary to make an effective launch abort system. During the Apollo era, when NASA had what now seems like unlimited funding, they contracted General Electric to do a full numerical probabilistic, how do you say that word? Probabilistic, sure, risk assessment of landing a human on the moon and returning them safely to Earth. The number GE came up with was 5. 5%. A 5% chance of successfully landing a human on the moon and bringing them home. And now NASA Administrator James Webb didn't really like those numbers, and so instead of making changes to the rocket and the mission, decided to change the way they engineered around risk, which, let me point out, isn't necessarily a bad thing. They developed something called the failure modes and effects analysis, which was a way to identify designs and hardware that would, worst case scenario, lead to catastrophe. These are ranked as criticality 1, which would threaten the life of the crew or the existence of the vehicle, criticality 2, which would threaten the mission, or criticality 3 for anything else. They also added an R as a notation for redundant systems in these parts and design analyses. With NASA's budget beginning to dwindle once humans landed on the moon and congressional support for the upcoming shuttle program waning, NASA had to sell the space shuttle as a cheap and reliable workhorse. And its exact risk even had to be calculated in order to launch plutonium-fueled spacecraft like the Jupiter probe Galileo. Testing the reliability of a complex system involves studying the system as a whole, identifying potential fault points, and then gathering the limits of these potential fault points over different environmental conditions. You also then test them in statistical models and computer simulations these days, and iterating on them to make sure that the computer simulations meet the real-world performance in order to help determine if the probability of success is above the threshold required. Each and every single part will have a design specification and a certain safety factor for how much more it can handle beyond its design specification. The general rule of thumb for most parts on a rocket is a factor of safety of 1.5. And all this really means is if a part needs to handle 10 newtons of force when testing it, it should be able to handle 15 newtons of force without failing. But when there isn't good test or heritage data for a certain part, a factor of safety of 2.0 is considered a good rule of thumb. In other words, engineer it to handle twice that of what's necessary. By the start of the space shuttle program, estimates of catastrophic failures range from less than 1% to less than 0.001%. So actually a couple of orders of magnitude in its estimated range of predicted safety. Now, despite the optimistic nature of NASA, the first 4 flights of the space shuttle had ejection seats active, but were later ditched due to their very limited use cases, and the fact that they could only eject crew from the upper deck, since the rest of the crew was on the mid-deck, which was below them. But after the Challenger disaster, NASA did actually consider utilizing an ejection cabin that could eject the entire crew module free from the shuttle, kind of like F-111s and early B-1 prototypes. But it was deemed too complex, too heavy, and required way too many modifications to really make it feasible. Okay, so in hindsight, we know the shuttle wound up with 2 failures out of 135 flights. 1 during launch and 1 during re-entry, giving it a success rate of only 98.5%, which is way off from even the most conservative estimates of safety. Likely due to the space shuttle's track record, NASA changed their certification system for the commercial crew program, which is required to have a probability of loss of crew at 1 in 500 on ascent, 1 in 500 on descent, with a 1 in 270 chance of an issue while in orbit. To actually certify and validate the system, sometimes it just comes down to putting it all through the ringer to test the system as a whole, alongside with testing each individual part. Now, testing the system as a whole is called all-up testing, or that's kind of what NASA coined it during the Apollo era. In the long run, all-up testing might actually be a quicker route to verify the system versus acquiring certification through more ground test analysis and using heritage data that might require a higher factor of safety per part if it's not going to be tested as a whole. You can see this difference in methods play out today and how SpaceX chose to validate and certify their abort system by opting to test it in flight, while Boeing has opted to certify their abort system through a more stringent certification of individual parts. Since the Space Shuttle and Starship both lack abort systems, what design considerations did the Space Shuttle have that were so dangerous? And does Starship share any of those same flaws? There's a few things that made the Space Shuttle inherently kinda dangerous, but let's start off with those solid rocket boosters. Those giant white solid rocket boosters on the side of the external fuel tank actually provided over 60% of thrust at liftoff. But here's the thing, once they ignited, there was no shutting them down. You're going somewhere, and you're going somewhere in a hurry. So hopefully the pointy end is up and the flamey end is down. This meant any abort mode or any abort procedure, no matter how bad or dire, required the crew ride out the boosters. Seriously. So for an entire 127 seconds, if there was any kind of problem, you just had to cross your fingers and toes that it wasn't going to be too serious and you could keep going. This is mostly because if you were to abort by, detaching the orbiter from the external fuel tank or by trying to jump out, you'd end up within the plume of those SRBs, which would be very, very lethal. Now, unfortunately, some of those problems you just can't ride out. Like on January 28th, 1986, when the Space Shuttle Challenger took to the sky on its 10th mission. As you probably know, a leaky O-ring that sealed one of the sections of the solid rocket boosters sprung a leak, which ended up causing a separation of the joint that held the SRB to the external fuel tank, which then led to a complete structural failure of the vehicle and the tragic loss of the crew of 7. But perhaps the biggest problem with the Challenger disaster wasn't a hardware problem, but a problem with the program management and pressure to get that particular flight off the ground. I mean, it was already known that they'd be launching outside of the predetermined operating envelope of those SRBs, and it was recommended to not launch that day. Now, if they had utilized liquid-fueled rocket boosters, they probably wouldn't be able to eliminate all potential failures, and it could arguably be less reliable than a solid rocket booster, but liquid rocket boosters can at least be shut down, which in general can open up more abort options. Take a look at this chart. Notice the black sections. Yeah, those are sections of ascent where there would be a full loss of control and or structural failure if the vehicle were to lose 2 or 3 main engines. So basically, lose 2 out of the 3 main engines and you're screwed. And you're not even talking about having any problems with the SRBs or anything else. But after the Challenger disaster, NASA did come up with a lot more contingencies, including alternate runways and the iconic orange advanced crew escape suits to, escape. If things went wrong, literally escape. Okay, yeah, here's the new abort profiles, and see these gray sections during ascent? Now the plan was for the crew to literally jump out during those sections, as in carefully ditch the external fuel tank, get the orbiter into a stable glide, literally unbuckle, blow the hatch, extend a freaking pole that made it so you wouldn't hit the wing when you jump out, and then jump out. Seriously. Speaking of hitting the wing, that's another major flaw of the Space Shuttle. The orbiter was hanging off the side of the vehicle, which put the crew module and the fragile thermal protection system directly in the path of ice and foam strikes. That orange external fuel tank housed cryogenic hydrogen and oxygen, which had a good amount of insulation in order to keep them at operating temperatures. You can actually see sheets of ice fall off basically any liquid-fueled rocket at liftoff. It's a known variable, and even large chunks of foam were observed falling off the Space Shuttle's external fuel tank, but NASA grew more and more accepting of this fact. When you combine a large chunk of foam and the fragile nature of the thermal protection system on the Space Shuttle, you wind up with a real potential for disaster. And this is exactly what caused the Columbia failure. A large chunk of foam struck the leading edge of Columbia's wing on ascent, punching a large hole in the reinforced carbon-carbon section of the thermal protection system on the left wing. The shuttle and the 7 crew on board continued to carry out their mission for 15 days with a hole that would doom them on re-entry. On February 1st, 2003, as Columbia re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, the large hole in the wing caused hot plasma to essentially destroy the wing, and therefore the orbiter, tragically ending the 7 crew's lives who were on board. Now, besides the orbiter being slung off the side of the rocket and in harm's way of falling debris, the danger was amplified by how fragile the space shuttle's thermal protection system was. The space shuttle's 24,000 plus silica tiles were literally glued onto the aluminum airframe of the orbiter, which covered the entire bottom portion of the vehicle. The fragile nature caused not only many headaches, but also led to some close calls. Perhaps the most well noted was STS-27, which experienced a debris strike 85 seconds into the flight. This knocked a tile clean off and damaged over 700 other tiles. Whoa. In the absolute luckiest of circumstances, the tile that went missing was right on top of a steel mounting plate for the L-band antenna, which steel has a higher melting point than the aluminum airframe, and by sheer luck, the orbiter survived re-entry, and it didn't end up as a disaster like Columbia would some 15 years later. Okay, so now that we know some of the major design flaws that plague the space shuttle, let's go over Starship and see how its design differs. Well, right off the bat, Starship is on top of the Super Heavy booster and not slung off the side. Now, as we've noted, this is clearly a safer place for the crew cabin to be, putting it ahead of any potential debris strikes. But we should note something that will definitely need to be studied. Now remember, Starship has those large flaps that are vital to its re-entry. This does mean there'd be potential for ice from the liquid oxygen and liquid methane tanks on the Starship's upper stage to strike the leading edge of those flaps. But here's where a stainless steel body and the fact that the thermal protection plates will be bolted on has a huge advantage over fragile silica tiles and reinforced carbon-carbon covering an aluminum airframe. So let's not forget the leading edge and the underside of the flaps of Starship will actually utilize the heat shield, but unlike the silica tiles of the space shuttle, they're supposedly much more durable and actually bolted to the airframe instead of glued. And we've actually already seen SpaceX test heat shielding mounting and material options on Starhopper, putting them through extreme environments, vibrations, and temperatures. They've also experienced re-entry when SpaceX put a few small pieces of the Starship heat shield on a Dragon capsule to observe it through re-entry. Steel body panels and some variant of a tough rock heat shield bolted to the airframe should be more resilient than the space shuttle, considering steel can dent and ding and won't completely shatter like reinforced carbon-carbon or simply fall off like the silica tiles. But also, just like STS-27's lucky brush with death, steel has a much higher melting point than aluminum. This allows for a much greater tolerance to heat than the aluminum airframe of the shuttle, as we've talked about, but as a matter of fact, it's likely that Starship could actually almost survive completely intact with little to no additional heat shielding, as other stainless steel components have survived re-entry pretty much completely intact. Now, I've already done a video about that because they had even talked about having it bleed fuel to do a form of transpirational cooling, but that's since kind of either fallen off the table or might be utilized in some hot spots. Now, this is one of the biggest reasons why SpaceX switched to stainless steel over carbon fiber, because by the time you factor how big of a heat shield is necessary, stainless steel starts to come ahead, as it can handle much higher temperatures in general before it begins to fail. Okay, so hopefully a stainless steel body and a more resilient bolted-on thermal protection system, along with putting the Starship on top of the rocket stack, they should all help mitigate the risk of a re-entry disaster like Columbia. Okay, so now how about putting this on top of a rocket booster that will have at least 37 of the world's most advanced and complicated engines? That is, of course, the full flow stage combustion cycle Raptor engine. I mean, how could this possibly be safer and have less failures than a simple pair of solid rocket boosters that have virtually no moving parts? Now here's where SpaceX has some good experience and knowledge. Their Falcon 9 does something fairly unusual in the rocket world, which is having 9 smaller engines on the booster instead of 1 or 2 larger ones. And this actually allows for multiple engine out capabilities. Now, depending on which engines fail and at what point in their flight they do fail, 9 engines gives the Falcon 9 a lot of extra safety margin compared to other rockets. Each engine is actually isolated within a blast containment cell as part of the OctaWeb configuration. This is why they can have an engine fail and have it not affect other engines. Now, you mix this in with modern sensors and quick-acting computers, And the rocket should actually be able to shut an engine down before that engine has a catastrophic failure. SpaceX has developed their Merlin engine to the point of extreme reliability. I mean, in fact, only one Merlin engine has ever shut down in flight out of over 800 Merlins being flown to date. Not to mention, that failure was very, very early on in the program, the fourth flight of a Falcon 9 for mission CRS-1, to be exact. And since then, the engine has been 100% reliable. So in total, the Merlin engine to date has proven to be 99.88% reliable. Now you mix that with the redundancy on the first stage, and you wind up with an incredibly reliable booster. Not to mention the fact that some of the Merlins on the first stage of the Falcon 9 have to fire up an extra 2 or 3 times per flight in order to land. Now, just for funsies, let's actually take a look at some other rocket engines throughout history and see how reliable they have been. But just a little caveat, it gets really difficult to just say reliability because there's so many other factors, especially when you factor in, relighting of engines or running out of T-TEP ignition fluid or something like that. But still, looking at these numbers should give us a decent perspective on how reliable liquid fuel rocket engines can actually be. So again, SpaceX's Merlin engine is currently at 99.88% reliability in flight, which makes it slightly more reliable than the RS-25 Space Shuttle main engine, which also only shut down once in flight, but with only 3 engines on 135 missions, it wound up with a 99.75% reliability in flight. Then there's the RD-180, which technically shut down 4 seconds early on one of its 86 flights to date, making it 98.83-ish% reliable, although it's also kind of 100% reliable since that particular mission, OA6, was able to continue on and still be a success, but just barely. So we can say between 98.83 and 100% reliability, depending on how you define engine reliability. I mean, shutting down before intended is considered a failure of the engine. Had that happened at any point before that, the mission would have failed. But I would consider it a successful mission for the Atlas V, since the Centaur upper stage could compensate for the failure. But how about another Russian engine, the RD-107 and its brother, the RD-108, that power the Soyuz rocket? Now, this rocket has flown so many times and for so long in so many different forms, it's definitely not fair to compare the early days of the Soyuz rocket. Besides that, the data is really hard to find. So let's look at the 267 flights in the 21st century, which use an RD-107 and RD-108, and of the 1,335 engines fired in this century, only one has failed, giving the RD-107 and the RD-108 a 99.92% in-flight reliability. But one of the most reliable engines ever flown was actually the monster F1 engine that powered the Saturn V. The 13 times the Saturn V flew, all 65 F1 engines that powered those flights were 100% successful. Now before you hop into the comment section and say, but didn't Apollo 13 have a center F1 fail? Nope, that was a J2 engine on the second stage. There seems to be this Mandela effect on F1 reliability, where everyone, including myself, tends to think an F1 failed on ascent. Okay, so let's assume there's going to be a ton of data on the Raptor engine since the Starship has so many of them, and since they can fly Starship a few times over and over, that SpaceX will eventually match the reliability of the Merlin engine. With multi-engine out capability, the booster should be a very reliable first stage. Now, assuming SpaceX does their due diligence to prevent an engine failure from affecting other engines nearby, like they have done with the Falcon 9, and like how the N1 didn't do a very good job of that, having dozens of engines can actually make for an incredibly robust and reliable vehicle. Okay, sure. Having dozens of engines on ascent could help make the booster safe and reliable. But what about the big elephant in the room? In order for humans to survive a ride on Starship, the Starship itself has to not only perform a pretty wacky landing maneuver, but it also relies on 2 out of 3 Raptor engines working for the landing burn itself. Now, is that actually safe? Can we really rely on propulsive landings for human lives? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the Falcon 9 again, as it's one of only 2 vehicles in history to perform propulsive landings after reaching space. But remember, it isn't reaching orbital velocity either, like Starship is, so we're only really going to be looking at the landing aspect of it, just the landing burns and using engines as propulsive landings for now, because the very end of Starship's propulsive landing burn will look and actually function almost exactly like the Falcon 9's. To date, SpaceX has landed 46 out of 54 landing attempts. Now, that doesn't sound great, but remember, before the first landing, it was literally considered impossible. Like, no way. When it happened, it was a really big deal. Now, if we look at just the landing attempts starting in 2017, after it became a little less experimental and they kind of had it figured out, we get some pretty surprising numbers. There's been 45 attempts since 2017, and only 3 of those were failed landings. None of those 3 landing failures was due to a failure of a Merlin engine itself, although, again, that kind of gets complicated. Going in order, on February 6, 2018, SpaceX launched the first Falcon Heavy on its demo mission and landed all but the center core of the Falcon Heavy. The center core ran out of TTEB, which is that pyrophoric starting fluid that actually ignites the engines. It sounds like there was a pretty easy fix, and it wasn't actually that they would need more TTEB, but just needed to switch which bottle it pulled the TTEB from and at what point to solve the problem. Then later that year, on December 5th, 2018, for the CRS-16 mission, a brand new Block 5 Falcon 9 core failed to land when the hydraulic system that controls the grid fins seized up. The solution was simply a bleed valve that would prevent it from happening again. As far as the Merlin engine goes in that, it performed perfectly fine and allowed the vehicle to touch down so soft that it didn't really even break apart and could actually just be towed back into port. Lastly, the latest Falcon Heavy launch on June 25th, 2019 for the STP-2 mission had a failed center core landing attempt as well. SpaceX didn't actually expect the core to survive re-entry due to extremely high velocities and pushing the vehicle to the absolute limits. As far as we know, the actual engines themselves still lit up and performed fine, but the thrust vector control that steers them was actually destroyed due to that spicy re-entry heat, which made the vehicle lack precise control for landing. So the engines themselves were fine, but, TVC kind of got destroyed, so it's kind of hard to say. Since this was at the outer limits of what that booster was capable of doing, the solution is simple. Just don't push it that hard if you need to land. So if this were a Starship mission with people on board, they would have made sure there were healthy enough margins that are safely within the operational range of Starship and not even accept a mission or design a mission where they push it to the limits in the first place. So can we ever rely on propulsive landings for humans? I mean, eventually, sure. I mean, think about it. The Apollo missions relied on propulsively landing on the moon, and that worked out pretty well. But as far as everyday usage, as long as there's redundancies in place, having 3 engines light and having engine out capability is a good place to start. But what about all the other systems in place on Starship? I mean, what about those giant wingy, flappy fin things? What if the hydraulic system fails on those and they get stuck? Like what happened on CRS-16. Well, for this, we need to look no further than airliners and the space shuttle. Here's where good old redundancy comes into play. Airliners would lose control and be unable to operate their gear as intended if the hydraulic system failed. Same thing goes for the space shuttle, which is exactly why there are redundant generators, redundant pumps, redundant lines. Basically, everything in that system is redundant. And it's actually not very wise to compare the CRS-16 failed hydraulic system and say, see, what if that happens on Starship? Because a Falcon 9 booster landing isn't mission critical, let alone required for human safety. So they have intentionally lacked redundancy for simplicity. But there's one big thing that isn't redundant and can be catastrophic if it fails. And boy do I mean big. Because that's the fuel tank / the fuselage. And this is honestly my biggest area of concern, and to be quite frank, it's the one thing SpaceX has had bad luck with over and over and over. The first failure of a Falcon 9 was due to a helium-filled composite overwrap pressure vessel, or COPV. These pressurized the fuel tanks and oxygen tanks, and one broke loose in the upper stage oxygen tank on June 28, 2015 for the CRS-7 mission. This caused a rapid, unscheduled disassembly and complete loss of the rocket and its payload. The next failure was the infamous Amos 6 anomaly on September 1st, 2016. Again, an overpressurization due to a failed helium tank in the upper stage caused a complete and total loss of the vehicle as it was being fueled up on the launch pad for a static fire test. Then we have the Crew Dragon anomaly on April 20th, 2019. This is when SpaceX was testing the launch abort systems on the ground and had a frozen chunk of nitrogen tetroxide shoot through the titanium valve, causing a rupture in the system and total loss of the vehicle. And most recently, and perhaps most alarmingly, we actually saw the failure of a Starship Mark 1 prototype on November 20th, 2019, when we watched it blow its top off from an overpressurization during a pressure test. But now this I'll actually give a bit of a pass to. This vehicle and that test was nowhere near future operating conditions. SpaceX was pushing this prototype much further than normal operating ranges, and these were those shoddy welds of the very initial rough prototype, and they don't really represent the future, the more refined vehicle like it will be. But it sure does get a bit spooky when you think that if that was a fully fueled Starship, and there were people on board, that there would have been no aborting from it. So I guess this leads us to the question of what options does Starship have to actually abort? We've already gone over what design considerations make it avoid the same design flaws as the Space Shuttle, but it still is lacking an actual abort system. So can it abort at all? Well, let's first make sure we're clear on the types of abort options. I mean, there's a big difference between a pad abort, an in-flight abort, abort to orbit, and just kind of aborting a mission in general. A pad abort is the option to pull the spacecraft free from the rocket while still on the pad. This is actually a pretty dangerous time while the vehicle is fully fueled, full of highly pressurized explosive material. So can Starship do a pad abort? Yes-ish and no. If the problem is the Starship upper stage itself, like a tank rupture or something, the simple answer is no. But what if the problem is with the booster? If the booster suddenly ruptures, the upper stage of the Starship could perform an emergency quick start of the Raptor engines, which could help prevent the Starship from, just falling down onto a pile of what was once a super heavy booster and is now just a flaming, hellish landscape. If all engines are fired, including its vacuum optimized engines, Starship would have just barely enough thrust to slowly get away from the pad and divert to a safe landing area. That is, assuming a failed super heavy booster didn't damage the Starship bad enough to make it unflyable. Now don't forget, you're not trying to outrun the pressure wave because, spoiler alert, unless you can go 0 to the speed of sound literally instantly, you can't outrun it. So if you're inside of a pressure vessel, you should at least survive the initial blast. You also might ask, how could they fire vacuum optimized engines at sea level? I mean, that was a big part of the aerospike videos, that you can't really do that. Well, according to Elon, they could have a dual bell design and fix the nozzle to the whole wall, which can help stabilize it. And in general, yes, you can actually fire a standard vacuum nozzle at sea level in an emergency, but it's very likely to fail. But why not try it if the other option is complete failure anyway? So the pad abort, kinda, maybe a little. Well, it's at least better than the Space Shuttle's full lack of abort options while sitting on the pad. The same goes for an in-flight abort. And now an in-flight abort is just what it sounds like, aborting while the rocket is flying. Again, assuming the upper stage isn't the culprit of the problem, the Starship could theoretically pull away and perform whatever maneuver necessary to re-enter and land somewhere else, or worst case scenario, do a soft splashdown emergency landing. Again, it should have more options and opportunities than the Space Shuttle did. Once Starship has detached from Super Heavy, there really aren't any abort options other than just aborting to a safe re-entry profile and then re-entering if it can't achieve orbit. But luckily, with the control surfaces on Starship, they could greatly alter their aerodynamic profile and the dynamics for a handful of safe re-entry options. This is helpful compared to, say, a capsule, which can't change its shape and actually has areas in a launch profile that engineers need to avoid. For instance, if a standard single-engine RL-10 Centaur upper stage was used on Boeing's Starliner, there'd be large portions of the profile where an abort would be deadly due to the extreme re-entry forces. Boeing and ULA therefore had to opt with a 2-engine variant of the Centaur upper stage that could fly a safer profile, which allows for a safe abort window throughout the entire ascent. And of course, on re-entry, there really isn't ever an abort option. I mean, re-entry just needs to work. Even if there was a mechanical abort option during re-entry, it likely wouldn't be very helpful. Now, of course, a passively stable capsule with a simple ablative heat shield has very little that can go wrong. But again, redundant hydraulics for control surfaces and a structure that can handle really high temperatures in general should offer a decent buffer in re-entry for Starship. Okay, we're finally getting to the true meat of the question. Is it actually better to have an abort system on a rocket, period? To do that, let's quickly go over all the aborts and all the accidents of human spaceflight and determine whether or not an abort system could have helped. Looking at the history of orbital spaceflight, there's only been 18 deaths actually occurring during orbital spaceflight activities. The first death being a parachute failure on the very first Soyuz mission in 1967, which killed cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov. An abort system would not have helped. The next tragedy was Soyuz 11 in 1971, which decompression of the spacecraft actually led to the death of 3 cosmonauts. To this day, this is the only incident in which humans died in space above the Kármán line. Again, an abort system would not have helped. Next, we have the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster in 1986, which we've already talked about. A mechanical abort system would have likely saved the crew of 7. Lastly, we have the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster in 2003, which again tragically killed the crew of 7. An abort system would have likely not helped, but there is a chance that if it had an escape pod and its own little heat shield and the like, then it may have helped, but it's unlikely aborting during re-entry would be a very good option. Now let's look at the number of times a crewed orbital launch escape system has ever been used. The number is very small. Today, an abort system actually armed for flight has only been triggered 3 times. The first time an abort system was used was actually on an uncrewed test flight of Soyuz for the Soyuz 7K OK number 1 mission in 1966. The launch was reset when a strapped-on booster failed to ignite. The ground crew went out to inspect the rocket when suddenly, 27 minutes after the scrub, the launch tower activated because its gyroscope noticed it was 8 degrees off axis from where it thought it should be due to the Earth's rotation. The firing of the abort system ended up lighting the 3rd stage on fire, and then the rest of the rocket blew up on the pad, actually killing 1 ground crew personnel. In this case, an abort system caused a failure and a death. The next time an abort system was fired was the only time there's ever been a pad abort with a crew on board. On September 26, 1983, when the crew of Soyuz T-10-1 had to abort from their Soyuz rocket that had caught on fire while still on the launch pad. After safely boarding and landing 4 kilometers downrange, the crew was bruised up and shaken when they were met by the recovery crew. But they were given cigarettes and shots of vodka to relax. So in this case, obviously the launch abort system saved lives. Lastly, the abort system was triggered on another Soyuz mission, MS-10, in 2018 when there was a problem at booster separation that caused a booster to rupture the core stage. This triggered the abort system. Now, not the full tower, which had just been jettisoned a few seconds prior, but a smaller abort system integrated onto the fairing that covers the crew module. In this case, the abort system saved lives, but perhaps simply shutting down the engines and detaching from the booster would have been sufficient without a mechanical escape system active. There are really only about 2 other flights which were aborted. The first was Soyuz 7K T-39 in 1975, which aborted after the escape tower and fairing were jettisoned. An abort system obviously wouldn't have helped as it had already been ditched. Then there's the only space shuttle to abort, STS-51F in 1985. It performed an abort-to-orbit maneuver when one of the RS-25 main engines shut down. Again, an abort system wouldn't have helped as it was unnecessary. So in the grand scheme of things, to date, a mechanical abort system has only saved lives twice. It may have prevented 1 tragedy, and in 1 case, it actually created a tragedy. So out of the 320 orbital human spaceflights to date, only 3 missions in total necessitated the use of an abort system, or less than 1% of crewed launches. There were another 3 launches where an abort system wouldn't have helped at all, and 2 that aborted without any kind of escape system. And if we look at the last 30 years of human spaceflight, from the 90s on, only 1 launch out of 180-ish launches required a launch abort system actually be used. So only about 0.5% of flights would see any benefit from a launch escape system at all. Now before we answer the question, are abort systems necessary, let's just take a look at one more thing. How can we improve the safety of rockets overall so we don't need an abort system, period? I think the answer to this question is we need to fly more, a lot more. And we need to reuse systems over and over and over so we can see where things are the weakest and where we can make the greatest improvements in safety. Let's look at airliner safety. This is a chart showing how many kilometers of commercial airline travel happen per accident over time. Now, unfortunately, this data only goes back to 1929 and doesn't even show the very early wild, wild west days of air travel. But in less than a century, the industry's safety record improved by 3 orders of magnitude. Now, I really, really wish we had data on the first 3 decades of human airflight, but unfortunately the data is not available. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it didn't look too far off from this chart. Now, this is actually the orbital launch success rate per year. Notice how quickly humans got into the upper 90 percentile, but then it stalled. Let's compare that to the airline industry during the same time frame. Yeah, humans had pretty much nailed down how you fly by then. So it isn't until you even zoom into the tens of thousands that you can actually even begin to decipher an improvement on flight success rate, because we're well into chasing the nines in reliability at this point. And I think there's a few reasons for this. First off, in total, there hasn't ever even been 6,000 orbital launches ever. So compare that to the almost 40 million commercial air departures in 2018 alone, and you realize just how rare spaceflight is still. I bet the first 6,000 flight attempts of airplanes had a pretty similarly awful flight record as well. I mean, 6,000 flights was probably just achieved in a much quicker time frame, and with a significantly lower barrier of entry than building a rocket. Now, we probably really shouldn't be comparing rockets to airplanes, because getting a rocket to space and bringing it back safely is really hard, like orders of magnitude harder than flying an airplane to begin with. I mean, you can make airplanes out of paper, or if you're Peter Sreeple, you can make airplanes out of pretty much anything. But it is kind of fun to see how quickly we can actually really improve reliability. It just takes more and more time. But it is kind of fun to compare how quickly things can become reliable once you do them often enough. The answer to what can we do to make rockets more reliable is simple. Fly them more often and fly reusable rockets over and over instead of throwing them away. Only then will we begin to get anywhere near airliner-like reliability. Okay, so it's time we finally wrap this all up. Launch abort systems. Are they necessary? Do they actually make astronauts safer? Do we need them going forward? If so, will we always need them in the future? So remember when we looked at how many times a launch abort system would have saved the lives of crew, and it's a surprisingly small number? Well, I still think it's a good idea for this generation of rockets. I think NASA, SpaceX, and Boeing are right to assume that the Falcon 9 and Atlas V, as reliable of rockets as they are, still lack significant flight data to really be considered safe enough without a launch abort system. But don't forget, launch abort systems still bring their own complications and problems with them. Remember how SpaceX's Crew Dragon capsule blew up when testing the abort system? And actually, Boeing had problems with their launch abort system catching fire on the pad too. Because really, you're basically taking more parts in a small rocket and attaching all these extra systems that can also fail, and you're putting them directly on your crew module anyway. I mean, of course, sure, a lot of work goes into making them safe, but you're solving the problem of rockets by sticking more rockets on them. That'd be like putting a Cessna prop plane inside of a 747. Just in case the 747 fails, you can fly away in your Cessna. I mean, you're probably better off just making sure your maintenance is up to speed rather than going and buying a Cessna. And it's kind of like how people ask me all the time if the Super Draco abort motors could be used as a backup to parachutes if the parachutes fail. And the answer is, well, technically yes. Of course they could. But by the time you certify that procedure, those systems, and you make them safe and reliable, you probably would have just been better off making sure your parachutes don't fail in the first place, make them more reliable. In the same way, would you rather engineer an abort system, put together all these procedures and envelopes and subsystems, or focus on making the entire vehicle that much safer? At some point, you can actually arguably achieve a more reliable system overall if it has fewer parts. I think Elon Musk actually has a pretty good point when he said this in the 2019 Starship update.
The best part is no part. The best process is no process. It weighs nothing, costs nothing, can't go wrong. So, as obvious as that sounds, the best part is no part. Like the thing I'm most impressed with when I have the design meetings at SpaceX is what did you undesign? Undesigning is the best thing. Just delete it. That's the best thing. Yeah.
So I guess the question should be, would I ride on Starship without an abort system? For now, the answer is no. I think we should see at least a few dozen flights without crew first. We should find the limits and the boundaries, maybe have some failures or two, and only once we've seen Starship fly 10 plus times reliably without any failures would I consider getting on one. But I'm also kind of a chicken, and I don't think I'm cut out for anything less. I do think it could be possible we see humans, who are willing to risk it, on Starship early on in the program. And if it's NASA astronauts on board, I wouldn't be surprised if they would require an abort system, especially since SpaceX will likely load and go their fuel, just like they do the Falcon 9, meaning the crew will need to be on board as fuel flows. In general, it's more dangerous to be filling and pressurizing a vehicle than to have it just sitting there stable and fully fueled. So unless SpaceX can change that procedure for Starship, I honestly can't really imagine NASA wanting any of their astronauts on board without an abort system again, anytime soon. At the end of the day, you can't fix the problems you don't know are there. Just like how SpaceX was so surprised to discover problems with cryogenics and composite overwrap pressure vessels, or the failure of a strut, or a titanium valve exploding. I mean, sometimes you just simply don't discover a design flaw until it rears its ugly head. So that's why I think it's vital we see these things fly often, and fly over and over. Only then will I think there's a proven reliability track record that would make it a safe enough option to not have an abort system. So what do you think? Abort systems. Are they good? Are they bad? Would you get on a rocket that doesn't have an abort system? I mean, at the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, I can see both sides of this argument. I can see where you might say, obviously, it can make things safer because if the rocket fails, you at least have a backup rocket. But at the same time, you're adding more parts, so maybe there's some elegance to the simplicity of a design that doesn't have all these extra parts and just focus on making those more reliable. But I don't know. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And also be sure and let me know if you have any other questions about, Starship, abort systems, stainless steel, Raptor engines, space shuttles, anything. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll be sure and try and crank out it on my video list. I have this never-ending video list that I just cannot keep up with, but I'm really excited to keep cranking away at them. So stay tuned. There's a lot of really good content coming. As always, I owe the biggest thanks in the world to my Patreon supporters who literally help me do all of this stuff. They've been a big help on this video, trying to find all these fun facts and find little nuggets of information with me, crunching numbers and confirming my stuff is accurate. So if you want to help do what I do, please consider becoming a Patreon supporter by going to patreon.com/everydayastronaut, where you'll gain access to our exclusive Discord, Patreon, and exclusive live streams. And while you're online, be sure and check out everydayastronaut.com/shop for limited edition merch. Now, do notice the merchandise is getting awesome. We have they're all hand screen printed, hand sewn on patches, custom neck labels, all these really cool things, and these awesome designs are limited run. So if you like something, you better grab it now because there's a good chance it won't be there next time you click on the website. And I guess you can even grab what's apparently one of Elon Musk's favorite shirts, the full flow stage combustion cycle shirt. We also have that as a hoodie version as well, just in time for the cold weather. So get in there while you can and get some awesome merchandise for yourself. That's everydayastronaut.com/shop. Thanks, everybody. That's going to do it for me. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, bringing space down to Earth for everyday people. it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome to a big milestone day for NASA. They are going to be test firing their SLS rocket for the first time. This is going to be the first time that we ever see 4 of the RS-25, those space shuttle main engines, light up. And they're not just going to light up. You know, when we see SpaceX do static fires for Starship, they're like 1 to 3 seconds. And it's not even like when they hold down, sometimes they'll hold on a Falcon 9 and they'll light it for like 2.5 minutes. No. This thing is going to be running for 8 full minutes, because that is the whole flight profile of SLS. The core stage does run basically all the way to orbit, just intentionally shy of orbit so that the core stage can deorbit. And because we don't have a pre-launch preview, because this thing's not launching, hopefully, if it launches, it's very, very bad. We do actually have some articles that I wanted, articles and videos that I wanted to share with you guys real quick, and then we're going to pull up their feed. But go ahead, and if you ever have questions about stuff, just browse around on our website. You can search Everyday Astronaut, and go to Everyday Astronaut. Then on the website, go ahead and just search SLS, and we go ahead and pull this up. So I wanted to remind you guys some of the capabilities here. These are kind of changing, but this is a pretty good representation of the amount of thrust compared to, say, the Saturn V, the amount of payload capacity, the amount of how far it can go on TLI, a translunar injection. So in other words, how much weight can it quite literally sling to the moon, how much it costs approximately, and then of course how much it costs per kilogram. Now remember, I did a really deep video all about this. If you guys have any questions about, you know, why does SLS exist in a world of Starship, which has this immense promise to bring the cost down to like less than $100 million per launch. That was we sandbagged that, because just in case it cost $100 million, it'd still be like the cheapest launch period. But the promise of Starship is ridiculous. Of course, it still has a long ways to go before it's anywhere near operational. And SLS has taken the opposite approach, where it's been designed very heavily on paper, using but using, you know, hardware, heritage hardware, to make sure that everything down the chain is ready to go the first time it flies. And Starship can accept failures, so totally different philosophies in how you develop. So just friendly reminder here today, this is Team Space, baby. We're here to celebrate progress, and for the first time, the Starship, or the SLS test fire, actually moved a full day a couple weeks ago, and now it moved forward an hour. So things are actually moving forward. They're actually ahead of schedule, and this I like to see. I like to see this. This is progress. I definitely want to see an SLS fly a few times, in fact, even in my opinion, because I never got to see the space shuttle. This is basically a lot of hardware, quite literally, from the space shuttle. It'd be loud with those big SRBs. The SRBs today, on today's the solid rocket boosters on the side of the vehicle, the big white things, will not be fired today. It'll only be the core stage. But if I were you guys, I would just kind of browse around here on this article, or even I think the other article that's quite relevant. Both of these are linked in the description. Is comparing Artemis to Apollo, because I think comparing it to Starship isn't necessarily fair. So comparing Artemis and an SLS compared to Apollo, how the Apollo program was managed, and how it flew out to the moon, how it got astronauts onto the moon, comparing those two programs is a little bit more fair. Because it is NASA designed, NASA managed, and it's not this modern. But the cool thing about Artemis is it does blend commercial programs and commercial partners in along with it. So it's kind of this hybrid of the commercial crew and Apollo in a sense. And personally, I'm actually a big fan of this, because it has been safe, a safe way to maintain funding throughout the years. Of course, the Artemis program will eventually, hopefully this year, we'll find out which of these 3. So the Apollo LEM obviously was for the Apollo program, but the Dynetics lander, the Blue Origin national team, and of course SpaceX proposed a Starship variant. We'll see which of these 3 got contracts. We're expecting a down select down to 2, maybe down to 1. Actually, we really don't know how many. They might select all 3. I doubt it. I don't think they have the budget for it, but we do expect them to most likely down select down to 2 of these landers. So the Artemis program is really cool, because it kind of blends a mixture between old school and new school, and again, kind of comparing the Space Launch System and the Saturn V. Just go ahead and read through these articles or watch the videos. If you guys have questions about SLS, and if you have questions about their flight profiles, this video was really cool to make, because we quite literally showed you the differences in how they get into orbit, because SLS will get into this really highly elliptical orbit compared to a more just perfectly perfectly circular parking orbit that the Saturn V did. It gets into this really weird orbit around the moon called a near rectilinear halo orbit. So this is a really comprehensive video. If you guys haven't seen it already, by the way, I love this shot here because it does show the Earth and the moon to scale, which is crazy to think about, that you can barely even see the moon. It's inside that dot, which is just nuts. We often see these pictures of the Earth and the moon, and it looks like they're a lot closer and they're a lot bigger than they are, but really, the moon is way out there. 400 kilometers or about 250 miles is a very, very long way. So definitely watch this video. I think this video will give you a really good perspective. I would almost watch them backwards. I would almost start with the Artemis versus Apollo to give you the perspective of why I think the Artemis program is valid, why I think it makes sense today, why I think it's a safe move to ensure that we get access to the moon and get the ball rolling, get the commercial partners involved, get funding rolling, get the excitement and momentum going in a safe and predictable way, and then start risking it. Then start throwing down contracts with Starship and with New Glenn and commercial partners to really get it all going. So yeah, it's I'm honestly really excited about SLS, and I really want to see it fly. All right, Andy, I'm gonna try to find that. I forgot to pull up. Oh, you do have that. I just can't hear it then. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up here. But it sounds like they might be in a hold, but I want to listen in here because we had a little time zone error where we thought they had been quoting in Central because this is taking place in Central Time. Houston's also in Central, so we just thought they were quoting it all in Central, but they aren't. That is not true. So hold on real quick while I find this the link, and then I'll get right back with you guys. But meanwhile, yeah, I'm actually genuinely excited for this. Here we go. I'm getting this pulled up for you guys in 1 second. Of course, it's in 720 because NASA's still out broadcasting in 1080. All right, Andrew, I'm ready to go live with this.
Contractor, our lead contractor for the project, they've been working hand in hand with NASA the whole time. Those teams have really been performing really, really well thus far. And then obviously our RS-25 engines supplied by Aerojet Rocketdyne. All three of our teams have done a really good job of getting to today.
So I'm already seeing a bunch of questions that I should probably answer before we even see this. These are quite literally leftover space shuttle engines. When I say they're the space shuttle engines, it's not like these are the same engines that the space shuttle used. They are RS-25s, and there's 16 remnant, quite literally, RS-25 main engines that flew on space shuttle missions. So these 4 engines all flew previously on the space shuttle. They've been retrofitted and upgraded for a little more thrust, new computers, and some overhauls to make them capable for SLS, because SLS actually demands a little bit more performance. So yeah, I think to me that's honestly super exciting. Oh, there's Tracy Caldwell. Cool. Let's listen in here quick, and I'll try to get to you guys' questions. I do want to listen in on this because we might get some new information. But yeah, but we'll listen in for a little bit. I'll try to get back to you guys' questions here in a little bit, but I want to make sure we're getting information, especially if they are in a hold right now. But let's listen in for a second.
Inside the vehicle, as you're walking up to the launch pad, you see this mammoth rocket standing before you, and from the sensations to the things that you see to the things that you realize, you've got a job to do, but yet you're doing this incredible, you're having this incredible experience. From the light off of the engines to the lift off, the swaying of the rocket, the rumble, all of the vibrations, the controlled explosion happening underneath you, to the constant acceleration that you're feeling as you're propelled into orbit, to the engines are throttling. All you know is that you're just going fast, and then you're in there with your buddies. You've been training all this time. You get to the solid rocket boosters. As soon as they expend their energy and they separate from the vehicle, and you're just riding on those main engines, the RS-25s. I remember being so impressed with how smooth and powerful that ride was. It was like riding on rails. And then, of course, the moment you get into orbit, it's some of the most strange tranquility that you've ever experienced in your life.
I want to ask you to do something here. If you'll indulge me for a second, let's just take a look back, because we are about a mile away from SLS.
That's cool.
As you take a look at that, what's going through your mind?
I have to give it up for the folks that are in the control room right now, because I can remember how I felt standing at the foot of the rocket before I launched on it. But all those folks, like Alex was mentioning, that have played a role in this, plus the ones that are around the test stand, that is their baby. And when those engines light, there's a lot of hands and eyes and hearts and soul that are in every ounce of thrust that are coming out of those engines. And so I think when I look at that, I just think about all of the people who make up the body of that rocket and the thrust that's coming out of it. And I'm really excited.
I should answer a couple questions. A lot of people are still asking about the RS-25s. Don't forget the SLS is expendable, fully expendable. There is no plans. There's really no options, realistically, without redesigning and making a brand new vehicle, which we don't want that to happen because it's been 10 years in the making already. There is no way to recover these boosters and recover these engines. So all of these RS-25s are going to be expended. They're all going to be ditched in the ocean in the traditional manner, like quite literally basically every launcher ever, except for the space shuttle, and then of course the Falcon 9. And yeah, so a bit of a shame, but they are working on manufacturing and making new, brand new versions as well. So actually, if I pull up that Starship versus SLS article, I could show you guys kind of their inventory here. Let me get that pre-queued, and then I will know exactly where it is. But they do have a good amount of hardware done and completed for multiple SLS rockets. That's something that I don't think that many people realize. Here, actually, Andrew, I'm going to switch over here real quick. So let's see this. Let's see here. The inventory is just up here. We did an inventory on all the hardware that they've already completed. And so here's what's kind of, at the time, had been completed with Starship. We're well beyond that now. That was SN4. This video came out last April. But this is how much hardware had been done already for the different SLS vehicles. So we saw a bunch of Orion hardware. We saw Orion Fly 1s. We saw a test tank. But Artemis 1, all the hardware is literally done. They have this many RS-25s completed, or that are leftovers, and they are remanufacturing RS-25s as we speak. So yeah, we're seeing more and more. They have this many segments of solid rocket boosters as well, because they are reusing the old space shuttle boosters. Now they do have an extra segment on the boosters that make them approximately 25% or 20% more powerful. So the RS-25s are already 33% more powerful because you added a fourth one, 3 compared to 4, and then a good almost 20-25% more powerful SRBs as well. It is very, very powerful. So, and they have already begun stacking the actual booster segments at the Cape, inside the vehicle assembly building. That giant, the giant building that we've all seen out at Kennedy Space Center. That's where they built the Saturn V. That's also where they stacked and assembled the space shuttle, and where they're beginning to finally stack the first SLS for Artemis 1. And the crazy thing is, once they stack those boosters, there's a 1-year lifespan. So we are actually seeing SLS and NASA and the whole team at Boeing get their butts just kicking, ramping up here. So because now the clock is quite literally ticking. If they don't get it all integrated in a year, then it'll be a huge setback. So our fingers are totally crossed that today's test goes well. So yeah, so this is good as far as the delays go and stuff like that, because it's yeah, I think it puts a little fuel, a little fire under their feet, or I don't know how you say it, but yeah. So I'm going to try listening in here because I'm trying to see if we have a time or anything on this date, but they're kind of in the middle of an interview. Why don't I answer a couple of questions? We'll see if they come up with something that can tell us a little bit more here. So let's see. This is Musical Wolf saying, how big will Super Heavy static fire be when it's ready? When Starship does a static fire with a Super Heavy booster, that will be the most bonkers thing in the entire world. I don't even know. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do it without a major flame trench, without a major water deluge and sound suppression system, because the first time that Starship gets ready to go orbital, it's going to have dozens of Raptor engines, and those Raptor engines are insanely powerful, and there's going to be dozens of them. So it's going to be up to, once it's orbital ready, it'll be, the first ones probably won't be as powerful as the final ones, as the operational rockets, but eventually it's going to be over twice as powerful as SLS. And right now, where I'm standing, I'm 6 miles or 10 kilometers away from where they would be doing those tests of Super Heavy, and it's absolutely insane to think that you could maybe I just don't even get it. I don't get how they're going to test that thing. So how big will the static fire be? I have no idea. It might just be a 3-second burn, but that when that thing lights up, it'll be absolutely, absolutely ridiculous. Acacia says NASA and ahead of schedule don't occur in the same sentence that often. What an absolutely wonderful surprise! It really is. I've been wanting to see this. I don't want this stuff to get delayed. The more it's delayed, the problem is so many checks have been written for this stuff. So it's not like if we cancel it right now, we get all this cost savings. There's been an insane amount of money spent. There's been an insane amount of money invested into the future already. So anything that delays, all it does is makes this stuff more expensive and behind schedule. So we should be absolutely cheering for the best. We want this stuff to be on schedule. We want it to be ahead of schedule, moving forward, and kicking butt, because that's good for the program. That's good for commercial programs. That's good for everything. It's bad, period. If you're a fan of spaceflight, it is bad when this thing delays. Bad when it's over budget, because unfortunately it's not going to be canceled anytime soon. And yeah, hey, remember, speaking of powered parachutes, the guy's buzzing us right now in a powered parachute. That looks amazing. I would love to do that. Kieran Butterfield, thank you so much. Hey, let's listen to it real quick and see if... Yeah. Oh, you guys are listening. I can't. Okay. Oh. It is just... So we have no idea. Maybe it is going to go right now. Get ready on that clock, just in case. So what you see it venting there is liquid oxygen venting out, just like we see with Falcon 9s. But that's not liquid, obviously. It vents out as gaseous oxygen. So there will be a skirt at the top there that connects it to the, on top of that top dome, that will connect it to the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which is basically Delta IV Heavy's upper stage. Let's see, are they... It's funny, the clock is still in Eastern time, yet they are doing this in Central time. I don't get what's going on. Why is there a clock in Eastern? We were so confused. Yeah, you gotta love the RS-25, honestly. It is beautiful. They are doing the water deluge. I think they're gonna light this baby up right now. And remember, it's going to fire for 8 minutes. We will see this thing running for 8 minutes straight. It'll be awesome. I'll be quiet for a while, because once it lights, because I want to hear it, and then we can talk over it, because after the first like 30 seconds, it's gonna sound the same the whole time. There's gonna be nothing new after that point. So let's listen in here. Is that powered parachute about to crash? Sure. That looked a little dodgy. Man. I wish that they would have something on screen to tell us if they're in a hold or if they're approximate. Oh, here we go.
And a reminder, we are in a dynamic situation. The teams are in a hold right now. We are still well within our window for today's test. The teams are working towards getting an updated test time for today. So we have Alex with us, and Alex, we were listening into a little bit of the control room audio. What does it mean that we're in a hold, and what were you hearing from the control room?
Right, so right now we're still in a stable replenish, and basically what that means is we're still getting fuel into the tanks from the facility, and the replenish cycle is kind of meant to maintain topping off the tanks to their full capacity as some of that liquid does turn back to gas and we then off that gas. So we are in a stable replenish phase. Obviously, some of our engineers in the test control center are seeing some data that they don't like or might be not exactly normal for what they usually see. So those teams are off now, kind of having sidebar conversations with each other to kind of determine what we need to do to go forward.
So I want to go back, because all this might be obvious to you, but we're trying to figure out where we are in this whole process. We thought, we might just come here and see the engines light up, but that's not what happens. So what happened up until this point, and what are we waiting on now?
Right, so like we said, we powered on the vehicle, right, over the last few days. We've repaired all the systems, we've tested all the systems, and then this morning we started tanking, by filling both our liquid hydrogen and our liquid oxygen tanks with propellant. And so that's really been the long process today. And then obviously we have to chill down our main propulsion system, so all of our mechanical parts have to be chilled down to a certain temperature before we do high fire as well. So, right now they're obviously working through some issues in that process. And as we learn more, as they learn more, we'll learn more. And so whenever we do hear audio, we'll be able to give a better update.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about that process? We're talking about chilling down the engines themselves.
Right, yeah, all the engines and all the components inside the engine section, which hold the engines, have to be chilled down to a certain temperature before you start the actual hot fire, the ignition of the engines. And that's just because they're meant to operate under those cold cryogenic temperatures. And then obviously when you're hot firing the engines, you start to heat up those parts, right? So you want to cool them down to a certain point, and then obviously you'll heat them back up whenever you're firing the engines.
So say this hold is lifted, what will happen next?
So when we do, or when they talk about the hold and they lift it to continue operations, from that point, we're at the point where we'll start to move into our T-minus 10-minute countdown. And that countdown kind of moves into our final sequence of activities to finalize right before we get to the actual hot fire. So there's a whole set of activities we get every few minutes, and that'll kind of determine what time we will fire, and then that we are actually going to fire.
Will we be able to see anything during that T-minus 10 countdown, or really not see anything until the last second?
Yeah, you'll probably see a few things, and a few of those things you might be able to see right now. The water suppression system is operating. It's not operating at 100% right now because we're obviously not hot firing the engines. But when we do, you'll be pumping 100,000 gallons of water every 20 seconds. You'll be able to see, obviously, some of the engines gimbal, which are moving in a few degrees in different directions. And that'll be part of the run-up until we actually do activate each engine.
And you've told me this before off stage, but I thought this was fascinating. So we haven't had a test like this since the Apollo era. And there was something that happened then with a giant plume that actually made it start raining on everyone out here. Can you tell us that story?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people don't realize is we have our two propellants, our liquid hydrogen and our liquid oxygen. And when you react with those two chemicals, you're really just creating H2O. So when you see the big plume coming out, it's just water vapor, right? And since when we tested Apollo, back during the Saturn V program, that the amount of water vapor coming out during that test is quite breathtaking, and also it's so much that it can create clouds and sometimes rain clouds. So sometimes you can get rained on from that.
All right, so we can expect possible rain, even though it's a beautiful, cold but sunny day today. What else can we expect to see?
Right, so you'll hear the test conductor audio when we get into our T-minus 10-minute countdown. So after that, you'll hear, every few minutes him come on the phone and say, hey, we're getting to this step, and then you'll hear the engines rev up for the hot fire.
Well, Alex, thank you so much. We are going to remain live. I might be coming back to you in a minute, in 10 minutes, but we are really excited to have you here explaining everything to us. And a reminder to everyone at home, this is a live test. We are still listening in for the control room teams as they review the data of the test up to this point. They are having a conversation right now about the appropriate steps to move forward. So, Alex, we've had a little bit of a talk about those discussions. Again, we're going to be coming back and forth to you. And again, a note to our viewers, we're going to be hearing calls from the test conductor at regular intervals over the next 10 minutes or possibly more. When we hear those call outs, what we're going to do is we're going to pause and listen in. I might turn to Alex and have you explain them to us again. For right now, what we're going to do is pause and listen for some of those so we can try to catch up with the rest of you and everyone in the control room, find out what's going on, and just take a step back and look at the beautiful SLS on the test stand now.
Cool. So I'm going to answer some questions for you guys, and one of them confuses me a little bit. This is from Zachary Russell. Hey Tim. First off, thank you, Zachary. That's very generous. Hope you got some good sleep last night after the scrub. What do you think has made SLS so successful over the years with a 99.95 success rate? SLS hasn't flown, and I'm trying to think of what else that could be. Falcon 9, I don't quite get what that honestly could be. I don't know anything that has a 99.95. Falcon 9 is probably getting close to that. But I don't know of anything that has a 99.5%. SLS has never flown, so it's 100% successful or 0% successful, either one. Yeah, I don't quite know how to answer that. I did see a really, sorry, yeah. I did see a really good question here from Juan saying, how do they build the SLS body compared to the segments? So the SLS body has the world's largest friction stir welder down in Louisiana at the Michoud facility. They literally have basically giant sheets of aluminum, and they do this giant seam weld up the middle of it, a friction stir weld, where you basically just take and you mash the metal together with enough friction that it quite literally melts and becomes one and joins. So it was the tallest, or it is the largest friction stir welder in the world. So that's how they do it, and then they seam weld the bulkheads on and all that stuff, and then stack a little ring separator between the different tanks. So it's different than Falcon Heavy, or than it's more like the Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 does something similar. It's basically a long seam weld, and then you kind of put on the bulkheads and stuff like that. It's which is a little bit more traditional way of doing things. The way Starship does things, the way that SpaceX is doing it out here in South Texas, is they're making smaller rings with a single seam down to make it a ring from a band of metal, and then stacking those rings on top of each other. So yeah, I think that's I think that's the difference. I hope that kind of answers your question there. Yeah. From Squawk Gaming, I did get some good sleep last night after the scrub. I don't know if we've seen a new published time yet from Electron. I don't think we have yet. So likely not tonight, but maybe we'll see that next attempt tomorrow or something. So it'll be another late night. 26 Dimensions, that's awesome. Good luck. Yeah, YouTube making educational content is awesome. Just make sure that you're double checking your work so that we're not spreading any misinformation. It's extremely important to me that we get everything fact checked, and we have, every time I post a video, it goes through a lot of eyes before it goes to public. A lot of pedantic eyes. That's of course thanks to Patreon supporters and the people in the Discord channel. Hi Discord, who provide a ton of feedback. They go over the scripts, they go over the research, they go step by step through all the videos that we make, just to make sure that there's some level of fact checking to make sure that everything's right. I think that should be the most important thing when you're making a video, especially a video that's trying to teach stuff to people, to make sure that it is factually accurate. That's at least my values. So I hope that you're in the same boat there, 26 Dimensions, and best of luck. Awesome from Capcom 1969. That's an awesome name. I like that. This is from some Belgian dude. I ain't no expert, so you can check pointy end up, flamey end down things from Belgium. This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. I can barely see the roundy end part of the upper bulkhead sticking out of the test stand there on the left. So you can see the red part. The rocket is just to the left of that, the core stage. This is only the core stage, remember. There's not the side rocket boosters integrated onto this. It's just the core stage at this time. And you'll see it's orange because that is the color of the foam insulation that's sprayed on. They don't paint it orange. That's just the natural color. They tried to paint the insulation white for the first two space shuttle missions. We saw that same similar foam insulation sprayed on and then painted white, but they realized that they thought it might help the foam from falling off. It didn't really do that, and all it did was added like 400 kilograms of paint. So they realized we could increase our payload mass by 400 kilograms if we just simply don't paint it. So SLS is going by that same tradition because it does have a lot of heritage from the space shuttle. And although the tanks aren't actually in any way technically related to the space shuttle external fuel tanks, they're very similar diameter, similar idea. A lot of, but quite literally everything. It's a different alloy, different welding techniques, different ISO grid pattern, different. I mean, it's in all reality, it's a completely different tank than the external fuel tank, and it's way bigger. So I know it might look similar. It might be easy to draw those conclusions and draw kind of that the lineage there. But it is kind of silly if you just say it's just a stretched external fuel tank, because it is not that. And I also want to remind people too in chat, please keep your thoughts. If you think NASA is a waste of money, I'm sorry, but factually you're just wrong. Don't forget, if it wasn't for NASA, we would not have SpaceX. We would not have the Falcon 9. We would not have the Commercial Crew Program. We would not have the Commercial Resupply Program. We would not have anything that you probably like in 21st century spaceflight is thanks to NASA. SpaceX has been able to stand on the shoulders of giants, receives a lot of technical support, a lot of technical background, literally direct support on designs, especially with Crew Dragon. I mean, NASA was with them every step of the way to double check their work, offer expertise. NASA, I think NASA, personally, my opinion, you know this if you've seen my SLS video, I think NASA should probably get away from designing, building, and operating rockets, because I think that's a solved thing. That's been done a long time now, and it is commercially viable, and there are opportunities for people to make profit in that and competitively bring the cost down. But of course, NASA wants to eventually, Jim Bridenstine says all the time, wants to become a customer of many customers. And I think SLS is going to be the last rocket we see that NASA designs and operates. And I think that's, for now, it helped us get over that gap. It's going to help provide a super heavy lift launch option until there are commercial options. But I think it's really silly when people just think that it's all or nothing. If we cancel this, it would actually hurt the commercial sector in the... Oh, hang on, I'm hearing some chatter, but I don't really hear it. No, I can't. Can you actually transcribe you? Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
User hold enabled in green.
Copy, and then please enable STCTR 48. Please the stage controller terminal countdown engine anomaly if not already enabled.
STCTR 48 enabled in green.
Copy that. Takes us to step 4.62 sequencer. Let's go ahead and perform the stage controller terminal count sequencer setup as follows. Please ensure the countdown timer is open.
CDT window is open.
And ensure your display test commit criteria is also open.
TCC display is also open.
Copy. And we're going to go to substep Charlie. If you would verify on the terminal count sequencer that the IC has been initiated.
Verify initialization was successful.
Copy, and verify engine configuration is hot fire.
Engine configuration is hot fire.
And verify display configuration is hot fire.
Display configuration is also hot fire.
For substep 4, please record the version of the GLS events table being used for today.
Okay, version hot fire, version R98 Rail 8.
Did you copy that, BQA1?
No, sir.
Engine configuration being used today is hot fire, version R98 Rail 8.
Version hot fire R98 Rev 8.
Correct, good alpha.
Copy, it takes us top of...
A is that alpha, right?
Hot fire R98 Rev 8, copy.
Okay, that takes us to the top of page 328 for substep 5. Verify that the engine configuration is the desired version of the GLS events table that you just mentioned.
Confirmed.
And verify the display configuration is also the desired version of the GLS events table.
Also confirmed.
Okay, under your TCS engine status, verify activate sequencer is selected and displayed.
TCS engine status activated.
Copy that. Okay, per the note there, TCS will automatically stop at the T-minus 10-minute hold point. HEA, if you're on 16, step 4.63 is yours.
Copy that. NTC is with HEA on 16.
Give a second, here's count to 16.
Go for NTC. NTC, can you please verify and or perform helium spin start panel activation per DOP 11 to provide 1,000 to 1,300 PSIGs and CAPUs?
Sweet.
Roger that. It is set up.
They are doing helium spin start, not bootstrapping these.
It is complete.
I did not realize that. I'll explain that.
Report a UTC on that of 016 21 17 07.
Copy 016 21 17 07.
Copy that, and NTC, the next step is yours per step 4.64, please.
That'd be 8 p.m. That doesn't sound right.
Roger that. And NDTC, let's go ahead and prepare the deflector for test configuration. And he's on the phone, but he's been coordinating with the water plant, and he'll get the bypasses open in just a moment.
Copy that. And then NTC, per our discussion, we will maintain the current timeline and the current countdown time per our discussion.
Roger that. Sounds good.
Tell us the timeline. For those asking, no, those are not solid rocket boosters on the other stand on the right, on this side of that red thing. I don't know what those are, but not solid rocket boosters. They tested solid rocket boosters in Utah horizontally, and that has been completely qualified. So the solid rocket boosters are ready. Okay, cool. We do have an ish clock. They do look like the SRBs, but I just don't think they are. I'd have to see another shot of it, but they do look like it, but we will see. I don't think so, because like I said, they do test those horizontally. Are they? 1 second SRBs? Well, let's see if we get another shot from there. We'll take a look. We'll keep our eyes open. Oh, here we go. Let's. I'm actually, my guess would be, I don't know. I mean, just white cylinders does not mean that they're SRBs. Yeah, and I don't exactly know what purpose you'd have of putting them over there. Like I said, they test them horizontally. They don't test them on the stand. I'm sure it's nothing to do. I don't think those are SRBs. I don't know why they would be. Yeah, they could be water tanks. That's actually, some form of prop tank. I don't have the answers to that. Okay, let's keep reading some questions here. Igor asks, why is it called a green run? I'm not a native speaker. That's actually a great question. I don't honestly know exactly why they call it a green run either. It's pretty unique. I've only heard that in terms of the SLS program personally myself. But I actually have no idea why they exactly call it a green run, other than this one is they're calling the hot fire test. Sometimes I think the green one was technically just when they filled it up and got it ready, making sure that all things are green maybe. But yeah, that's a good question. All right, so this is from Sam Ward. Hey Tim, thanks for all you do. Any idea what SpaceX's plan is for gravity simulation for the Mars mission? Months of zero G, then landing in a gravity environment seems like it could be a problem. I've talked about it a decent amount. I don't think it's as big of an issue as people think. It's a 6-month transit to Mars. Oh, let's listen in quick.
Hot fire test here at Stennis Space Center. The teams are in a hold, but we are still well within our window for today's test still, and I am lucky to have Alex here with me. We've heard a lot of conversations from the control room over the past few minutes. I heard hot fire a lot. I heard water a few times. You're the expert. What were you hearing?
So the test conductor instructed everyone to go back into our terminal countdown sequence. And so at this point, we are about 30 minutes away from the hot fire according to the terminal countdown sequence. Some of the other things they're kind of talking about, they're turning on the water deflectors, right, for the engine test. So there's certain configurations that we need to put each thing on the stand or thing on the ground in a certain configuration for that hot fire. So they're supplying a certain amount of pressure to different components inside the engine section. And like we said, turning on those water deflectors, retracting some of the stands around those engines, really to prepare the stand and the core stage for hot fire.
We heard at least 2 people talking, is that right? What were those people, what are those positions back there?
Right, so the test conductor is basically relaying information to individuals working a console, and each of those console workers are either going through test criteria, right? So we have test commit criteria for each part of the test. They're looking at different things that are happening with the stand. They may be controlling the water going onto the stand. So he is in direct communication with each person that is working each individual component on the stand. So you'll hear him giving out a lot of commands of things that maybe go according to our countdown sequence.
And where are they? They're even closer than we are, right? And they're in a safe place, I hope.
Right, absolutely. They're in a test control center closer to the stand. And that stand has wires running all the way to the test control center. And in the test control center, they can see everything going on. They can see all the cameras. And they're each sitting at console, be able to make decisions real time. So, they're sitting in a building. It's fully blast proof, right? It has giant blast doors closed in there. So, the team's working really hard. There's a lot of people in there looking at a lot of stuff. So, they're obviously working through it and working towards hot fire.
And those 2 people we heard, are they sitting close to each other? Are they hearing each other kind of like we're hearing them now?
So the test conductor audio, he's in one part inside the test control room. So, he's talking in a regular voice, kind of like we are. And then he could be communicating with someone on the far end of the room. or he could be communicating with someone sitting right next to him, but that's all over the audio, kind of like we're hearing.
So is this considered normal when you think about testing a rocket?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's a ton of people who play a part in the actual test of a rocket or in the launch of a rocket, right? So you have to have a proper way of communicating, proper one-way or two-way channels, so that the correct people can be heard at the correct time. So
I think,
everything that's happening is,
we might be familiar with, how we all the time remind people when watching SpaceX do things that these are all tests. And SpaceX in particular, they have a ton of holds and a ton of, waits and when's it going to happen, when's it going to happen, when's it going to happen, because everything's just so up in the air with SpaceX's timeline, because they're just doing milestone-based things. Like, whenever it's done, just go do it. Whenever the next thing's done, it's just the when it's done thing, which is how I always, if people ask when my next videos come out, I'm always like, when it's done. And that's kind of how SpaceX operates. But NASA and this program, they're a lot more, they write out the procedures, write out all the stuff. But at the end of the day, it still is a test, and they still are, there could be scrubs, there could be holds. They just want to make sure everything is done right. So they're going to be kind of pausing on things. And yeah, it's absolutely understandable. I do want to remind you guys that they are 1 mile, so 1.6 kilometers away from this test, which is insane that you can actually be that close to 4 RS-25s running at full power. The press even, I saw a tweet from Brady Kenningston, Keniston, I never know how to say this, Keniston, yeah, not Kenningston, who is a member of NASA Spaceflight, and they gave out complimentary earplugs at where they are because it's going to be potentially so loud. So that's super cool. I hope that they have really good audio of this because it's going to be awesome. So I wanted to read a few more of you guys' comments here. From Sir Aaron says, NASA is massively underfunded. As a social worker, I can tell you privatization never makes things better. Every time quality goes down and price goes up, I have to disagree that it never gets better with privatization. I think there can be a blend. I think we're seeing the fruits of the labor of privatization with at least fixed price contracting versus cost plus and using commercial partners in bidding wars. And we see that with Boeing versus SpaceX and ULA versus SpaceX for the commercial crew program. Okay, cool. So 33 minutes from now, basically. All right, we can handle that. I'll answer some more questions from you guys. So, but I think there's a healthy blend. I think there's some things that the government can do to help make sure that things happen, and then to also make sure that monopolies don't run away. I think there's a balance there. I think there's also a balance of letting private companies innovate and compete. I think there's definitely a fair balance between those two, and it's tricky to find that balance sometimes because you kind of have to make that compromise occasionally. So, yeah. From Razenba, are these engines unmounted from flown space shuttles? Yes, quite literally, the first 4 SLS boosters will every single one of them will quite literally just use RS-25s from space shuttles. So I think that's really cool. A part of me, though, wishes, I think these deserve to be in a museum because they're flown hardware from space shuttles, and now they're just going to be rotting at the bottom of the ocean. Another part of me, though, kind of goes like, then again, they were built to fly. Like, let's fly these babies. It'd be a shame to not fly them. So I would maybe wish that they would hold over at 4 or something, and then fly the rest or something. But I'm a little bit between those two. So I'm a conflicted person, I guess. All right, let's keep reading you guys your questions. Some Belgian dude said friction stir welding does not melt the aluminum. How does it bond? Does it just get them both really soft? I feel like it'd have to melt. That it doesn't melt? That it just gets them really soft? Okay, so I guess you just get them really, really, really soft and join them, and then where they're really soft together. But yeah, sorry for some reason I always just assumed that friction stir welding does at some point, at least on a molecular level, melt, and that's how they are able to be fused. But that kind of makes sense too, but not to my brain. So maybe I'll have to look into that more. What was that? Oh yeah. Oh, I should rewatch that. Yes, Dustin from Smart Every Day has an awesome video. They do talk about friction stir welding in that when he visited the ULA factory. Definitely worth watching. Jay Hawkins says, pretty sure the 99.5% success rate was referring to the RS-25 engines. Yes, specifically during their use as the SSME. That's probably exactly what he meant. And I think I actually saw him reply again. Yeah, sorry for the RS-25. Sorry, you are correct. And we'll bring up Zach's follow up to this too. Sorry, Zach, that I misunderstood or couldn't figure that out. So back to what made them so reliable. I don't know anything specific other than they would always get torn down and completely gone over with a fine-tooth comb. Don't forget, we had some very close near misses. One time, an injector pintle, they had these little injector faces popped out of an RS-25 and completely went through and punctured 3 of the cooling channel tubes inside the RS-25. Had literally one more failed, it likely would have led to the loss of that mission. So RS-25s are very reliable, and part of that's just probably because they're so expensive and so over-engineered. But I don't know what specific things lead to that. One of the fun facts about the RS-25, because it is fuel-rich, staged combustion cycle, the pump, the hydrogen pump is huge. It has to be 2-stage or multi-stage hydrogen pump to get the hydrogen, because it's so sparse, needs to get that up to operational pressures and shoved inside the engine. But at some point there is actually a pre-burner that is attached to the pump side, so they share a common bearing. And if you get any of that liquid oxygen that is firing inside of that turbine, any of that, if that seeps down into the, or at least no, that'd be on the oxygen side because it's fuel rich. Yeah. So if you have a fuel rich pre-burner and it's down into the oxygen pump, you will have a massive explosion. So they have to purge that bearing with higher pressure helium. So they quite literally just force helium into this bearing, so it's so high, so if the bearing starts to leak, it leaks an inert gas into either the oxygen pump or inside of that fuel-rich pre-burner. And that's something that I would have never thought of. It's stuff like that just makes me so appreciative of the geniuses that design these things, that they actually put the bearing inside of a jacket that's pressurized with high-pressure helium that's even higher pressure than the operating pressures of the engine. That is wild, if you ask me. That's stuff that I just love thinking about, that I love that there's solutions to those kind of big problems. So yeah, the RS-25 is an awesome engine. I did want to point out too that the guy was mentioning the F1 engine doing a test fire, or the Saturn V. When the Saturn V did a test fire, it was running on RP1 and liquid oxygen, so Kerolox, and that's what the Falcon 9 runs on, that's what the Soyuz runs on, that's what a lot of rocket engines run on. And he mentioned that it had a lot of water vapor. That was likely because of the water deluge system. So that engine, unless they were doing the S2, the stage 2, the S2 was hydrogen, and it used J2 engines. So the S2 and the upper stage, the S4B and the Saturn V, all did run on hydrogen, but the first stage, if they were test firing the first stage, I would find it maybe fairly unlikely that it was raining because of clouds from the engines alone, but maybe from the water deluge system, because when you are spraying water to suppress the sound, as that goes up into the air, it quite literally just forms clouds. You're making clouds. But in the case of the F1s and the Saturn V, there's also a good amount of CO2 in that cloud too. So a little bit different than this. This will quite literally be pure H2O and oxygen, so, or hydrogen and oxygen, and just making pure water. That's kind of one of the fun things about the RS-25s is they're just making water, which I think is cool. Rob Sonde says, are you following Apollo 50th on Twitter? Yeah, they do live tweets of the Apollo program. I think that's really cool. I think that's really fun, and I do follow them. Ian Donnelly says, is that an SRB next to the core signal testing on the other side of the red thing? So we were talking about that a little bit ago. I personally don't know why there would be any segment of an SRB there. It doesn't make any sense to me. It could be... It wouldn't be SLS's SRB. That doesn't make sense. They test those out in Utah, but okay, they're tanks. Yep, they're tanks. So that solves it. We have the answer. Yeah. So good, but good eye. It does look familiar. I know why you would think that. I was questioning myself too, but they are just tanks. Captain Spaceship, how's it going? How long do you think it'll be before we start considering fission engines again, like the NERVA project? I think it's being considered right now. Jim Bridenstine has written. And the Trump administration actually did start writing into law more use and potential research back into nuclear power, which is extremely important in deep space missions, but also nuclear drives again, like NERVA, like thermal nuclear propulsion, which is I think is awesome. I think that is huge. I think that's a huge win. I would love to see that. I'm going to do a video about Nerva and the engines that the Soviet Union built that were better than the Nerva engines, in my opinion. So, yeah. Payham, is this a documentary chronicles? I don't even quite know what that means, but no. This is me watching NASA test fire their core stage with you guys. Yeah, I actually intentionally did not sign up to be press at this event because at the time it was going to be conflicting with SN8 test flight, and then the two schedules totally flip-flopped and went all over the place. And now I wish I had signed up for it, although I would have been panicking with SN9, with Starship SN9. Although now that's definitely not going to be flying today, that's for sure. Or who even knows when it's going to be doing anything in the future, too. So, yeah. PJ Wenmeyer says, will we see multiple providers, SLS, SpaceX, Blue Origin, going to the moon, or will only one be going for Artemis? If not for Artemis, would SpaceX do any moon landings for Mars training? These are good questions, PJ. I definitely talk about that quite a bit in not only SLS versus Starship video that I have that's linked in the description, but I also have the other video, Artemis versus Apollo, and we talk about how everything will work for flying humans. And this is the part 3 of the SLS video that we're working on that I've already shot a little bit. For flying humans to the moon, as of this exact moment, the most realistic, definitely the safest, and the most thought out, and the only real way to get humans out to the moon right now is SLS, period. We'll talk about it. We'll go over all of the options of what could replace SLS and Orion getting humans to the moon. We'll go over, could anything else launch Orion, or are there other options, other vehicles? It just really is not as easy as you think. I know people are like, well, why don't they just use Falcon Heavy? And then you realize, oh, Falcon Heavy is not rated for crew. And then, why don't they use Delta 4 Heavy? Delta 4 Heavy is not rated for crew. Oh, why don't they just launch the crew on this? By the time you actually go through all of the solutions, you realize right now where we're at with what is human rated and what is ready to go. SLS is the only thing that can get humans to the moon, period. And that is just the reality. Now, things like that could change, but it's not arbitrary to human rate something. That's something we will be talking about in that video, is what does it take to human rate something. For a little bit, the Delta was looked at as a consideration for being flown in the 90s with humans. And, I've been reading up on that paper on what are the considerations to fly humans and what changes do you have to make to your hardware in order to make it safe for human spaceflight. SLS from day one was designed around flying humans. Falcon Heavy is not. It is not currently and has no plans to be flying humans. They were originally going to fly 2 people around the moon on Falcon Heavy and a Dragon. That all got scrapped for Starship. And Elon said one of the big reasons is we're not pursuing human certification for Falcon Heavy because it's too far. It's too hard to do, especially retroactively now. If you design it from the ground up in that way, that'd be one thing, but it's a lot harder. There are tangible certifications and measures you have to take to get something to be crew rated. It is not arbitrary. Bob Brink, thank you for your membership. I appreciate that. Peter Danilov says, do you think 3D printing will become a bigger part of rocket manufacturing? If a complex engine, i.e. Raptor, is fully 3D printed, would performance and stability improve? What about a whole rocket body with tanks embedded? Peter, it sounds like you are talking about Relativity Space, who is working on exactly that. They're quite literally working on 3D printing the entire rocket to be dozens of parts. I personally have my doubts about being able to do, intricate bearings and really high or low tolerant parts, like bearings and the turbines inside a rocket engine spin at like 30,000 RPM. They have to be perfect and machined perfectly. I can't imagine 3D printing working for some of those. Of course, 3D printing, additive manufacturing things work really, really, really well for these intricate channels and cooling channels and weird ways that you need to make fuel flow through a jacket or something. It works brilliantly for that compared to CNC machining, which does have hard limits. But that being said, there probably is a lot more that can be 3D printed, and that's definitely exactly what Relativity Space is exploring as we speak. So, yeah. Okay, this test is expected within an hour, not the hour, within an hour. So Jim Bridenstine said, the NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, teams are evaluating pressurization data before they are ready to proceed. The test is expected within an hour. Okay, so it does say testing within an hour. My face is kind of covering that up. Sorry. It is kind of hard to do that in this setup though. So, all right, you want to slide me? I don't want you to slide me down. It is weird. Okay. Well, we'll keep it for now. I'll read it to you guys. The Angry Astronaut says, come on, Orange Rocket, show me something. I think we're all ready for this. We are all ready to see SLS do something and do something awesome. So this is a big milestone for them. If this works out, they put it on a barge and they ship it to Kennedy Space Center so it can be integrated inside the vehicle assembly building and then rolled out to the pad. So we will see. This is from Pedro. Says, hey, Tim. Thank you very much, Pedro. I appreciate you saying hi. And same with John Ellis saying, green run a full duration test with untested stage. So that's just, yeah, people were kind of talking about that. Same with Joshua here. The term green refers to new hardware that will work together or power the stage, and run refers to operating all the components together simultaneously for the first time. So that makes sense. So green would be new hardware, and run would be running it. So there you go. That's makes sense. So Skyfrog is a member. Thank you very much. Same with, and thank you from Ole Jensen. Let's see. This is from 26 Dimensions. Do you think Russia's technique for dealing with rocket exhaust on launch is better than NASA? Also, thanks for shouting me out. You're welcome, 26 Dimensions. I think that there's what. To be very specific here, what Russia ended up, well, this former Soviet Union decided to do initially was make, in order to improve the efficiency and the performance of rocket engines, they developed a closed cycle rocket engine. They started developing that in the 50s. In the freaking 50s, they made the S-15400, and it was oxygen-rich closed cycle. Now, oxygen-rich means that you have leftover. You're running your pre-burner, so. Rocket engines, of course, most high-performance rocket engines use staged combustion, which is where you run basically. You spin a turbine which spins pumps, just like a turbocharger in a car. You run hot gas, or you run gas through something really, really high pressure, high energy. You spin up a turbine, like I said, 30,000 RPM, and that will then spin your pumps, and those pumps are what suck the fuel and the oxidizer out of the end, or out of the stage, out of the booster, and then and force it into the combustion chamber. And that turbine, if it's an open cycle, you will have the turbine just dumping exhaust overboard. That's what the United States did for a long time, until this engine, the RS-25, was the first operational closed-cycle engine the United States flew on the space shuttle. They did it fuel-rich. And the reason for that is you need to cool anything you're blasting at a turbine wheel has to be relatively cold, obviously, cool enough to not melt your turbine and all the little blades on that turbine and stuff. So it has to be cool enough for that turbine to survive. So in order to cool down your exhaust, you can either run it oxygen-rich or you can run it fuel-rich. You just get the ratios far enough away from their stoichiometric ratio, which is where they burn really, really, really hot, like maximum temperature. So they change the ratio enough to give it enough energy to still spin the thing fast enough, but also to keep it cool. So it's just a nice. They find that balance. They find that portion together where they're going to be spraying the hot burned fuel from a pre-burner or a gas generator at this turbine and not melt it. So that's your spin it as fast as you can to get all the power you need out of the engine and make it not melt. Those are your two thresholds that you cannot cross. Those are your limiting factors. The Soviet Union decided to do closed cycle using oxygen rich, and what that means is you're blasting oxygen rich, which searing hot oxygen wants to melt anything. Like, it's really, really, really hard. Anything that's remotely organic, I mean, tables or like anything that it touches will just melt. So the metallurgy or the machine or the metal science behind making the engine not melt under oxygen-rich stage combustion was thought to be impossible by the United States. The United States has developed these engines, the RS-25, which are fuel-rich, and fuel-rich has its own limitations. I talk about this a lot in that Raptor engine video that I make, so if you have questions about the different engine cycle types, definitely watch the Raptor engine video. But as far as running fuel-rich, the problems here is if you use RP1, like like most of the United States rocket engines have done before, like the F1 and well, Redstone, I guess. Not all of them, but RP1 is the common one. If you run carbon or fuel rich with RP1, you end up making a bunch of soot, and that can clog your engine up. So they decided to use hydrogen because hydrogen burns clean. Like I said, the only byproduct when you're burning hydrogen and oxygen is water vapor. So you can shoot that anytime you want if it's fuel rich, and you're just literally you're making water, and you have a little bit of extra hydrogen, and it's not a big deal. So I don't think anyone is better. So back to the original question: do I think Russia's technique for dealing with rocket exhaust on launch is better than NASA's? I don't think there's a better or worse. They're both different techniques for increasing performance. I think the Soviet Union knocked it out of the park early on. They developed a full flow engine even in the late 60s that would have been, by all metrics, basically better than the F1 by a lot, except that it did run on hypergolic fuels, which I don't think is a very good thing. So there's your way too long of an answer on which closed cycles are better or worse. I don't think there's no such thing as better or worse in aerospace, really. There's compromises. There's pros and cons to quite literally everything. So again, if you have questions about that, definitely watch. Is SpaceX's Raptor engine the king of rocket engines? Pull up in your queue right now, get it ready on YouTube. Because I promise you, you will understand the cycle types and how they work and why they need to work, and et cetera, and give you appreciation for why something like the Raptor engine, which is on Starship, is so insane, and why it's so awesome, and why I can't believe it works, because it almost shouldn't work. All right. Oh, was he talking about flame trenches and not dealing with rocket exhaust? I went on a tangent about closed cycle, and 26 Dimensions may have been talking about flame trenches. Totally different thing. Oh, totally different thing. Yeah. In that case, I don't think there's a better. I do think a water deluge system is important, but who knows? Oh well, you learned something about closed cycle engines, all of you. You're welcome. Mason says, any idea why, when NASA shares photos from rovers, they blur out any part of the rover? Love the content, keep it coming. I don't think they do. I haven't seen them necessarily blurring out. Sometimes when they're doing a panorama, things, because of parallax and parallax shift, the things that are close as you're doing a panorama like that can just get so shifted that it's not worth trying to include that data. So lots of times when Curiosity is doing a panoramic image, it'll tilt its camera, and it has wide angle camera, so it's tilting like this, and the things at the bottom will have these weird convergence. And if you're focusing on something far away, and if it's moving like this, there can be parallax there where the things just don't line up cleanly at the bottom. So they probably just kind of ignore that. It looks gross and sloppy, and so they just blur it. I've seen plenty of images though where they do not blur the rover, but that is a good question. So yeah. Real quick, in our Discord channel, Chikashi. Hi, Chikashi. I don't recall seeing you in Discord. Thank you for joining, Chikashi. Says, what's wrong with serial number 44 Raptor? Why was it removed from SN9? We don't necessarily know. They apparently aren't exactly happy with the performance of the engines after those static fires, so they're taking some out. The two of them are coming out, and two new ones are coming back in. That's the SpaceX way: test, break, repeat, until hopefully you get the results you're looking for. That's the way they do things. So yeah. And if you guys want to join our awesome Discord community, consider becoming a Patreon supporter by going to patreon.com/everydayastronaut, where you will gain access to our Discord channel, some exclusive live streams, and just an awesome community where we get some extra behind-the-scene things too. So, like I said, if you do want to help, see the scripts early and things like that we work on, you can do that by becoming a Patreon supporter. And you also get to preview videos early and see if you can catch any errors. We use it as a final, get eyeballs on this, make sure that things are correct. But it gives you a chance to see some of the work behind the scenes, so you know what's going on. Let's listen in here quick.
Still well within our window for today's test, and we did just get an update. And so we've got our expert here, Alex, a core stage engineer. Alex, what did we just hear from the control room?
So our test conductor is kind of discussing a path forward, obviously, with our test. Right now, we're about the T-minus 10-minute mark, so we're in a holding pattern for that T-minus 10. They're going to go around, continue to monitor our fuel levels, our propellant, how much propellant we have, not only in the core stage itself, but also we have on reserve. And then over the next 10 to 15 minutes, they'll kind of have a discussion about, our propellant reserves, the path forward, and whether we're going to go into that T-minus 10-minute countdown sequence.
Okay, so we heard about one hold earlier when we started taking our pauses and listening in. This sounds like we're in a different hold, is that right?
Right, so the T-minus 10 hold is really the last major milestone before we get into a lot of the major operations that we use to get into the actual hot fire. So, starting at the T-minus 10 mark, every minute we have a lot of very important tasks that we'll be doing up until hot fire.
Okay, so let's walk through those. What else will we expect to hear once we hit T-minus 10? And then what are some of the calls we can expect to listen in on and expect going forward?
Right, so once we start T-minus 10 count, we'll have a lot of software that gets initiated to start the hot fire, right? Some of that's automated, some of it's not. We'll move into activation of some of our major propulsion components. We'll turn on our CAPUs at about the 4-minute mark, and those are used to kind of steer our engines with our hydraulic system. From there, we'll start certain purges inside the engine section, and then we'll move into internal power within the rocket, so it's fully powering itself, and then we'll start the engine sequence.
And a reminder, this is a live show. We are listening into the control room. It's very important that Alex doesn't just keep talking, giving us interesting answers the whole time, because he needs to listen in to be able to digest what we're hearing so he can tell us what's going on and we can get more of an update. So we're going to do that now. We're going to take another pause. We're going to sit back with you just like you are at home, and we're going to watch the test stand. We're going to have Alex listen into the control room so we can come back and find out when we can watch the SLS core stage hot fire test. We'll be right back.
Okay, and we will keep answering some of your guys' questions here. So this is from Dario asking, do they block the engine gimbals, the things that actually steer the rocket engines themselves, and in turn that helps steer the rocket? Do they block the engine gimbals to prevent torque to the stand, or do they test those as well? So before they fire, they will actually gimbal them and do a thing to make sure that the TVC, the thrust vector control, which is what does the gimbling, make sure that all the hydraulics and everything are operating as normal. They're basically treating this, and if I recall right, I think they actually are doing some gimbling during the test to kind of follow a nominal ascent profile. So we actually should see a little bit, and because this thing's bolted in so many places, the test stand can handle that torque, can handle those extra forces. So that is a good question. From Jan or Jan, sorry, I don't know which one. Hey Tim, why is Super Heavy not in use? No customer. Super Heavy is not in use because Super Heavy is still in development. Super Heavy is very much in development. We will see many tests of kind of sub-scale, sub-performance boosters before we get anywhere near an orbital mission with Starship's Super Heavy booster. Starship isn't in use for customers. And it's not because there's no customers, it's because the whole program is still in development, period. That's why. It's not that there's no customers, it's just that it's being worked on and being made as we speak. Musical Wolves, lots of car stuff came from NASA. That's actually, I'm a pretty big car nut, and I saw another comment coming up about Koenigsegg, so I'm excited to answer that. But yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of, if you like cars and you like turbos and you like internal combustion engines, or even these days if you like motors and high powered electric engines and stuff like that too, or motors more specifically. Yeah, I think the ultimate version of that is rocket engines, right? I mean, rocket engines are pushing all those limits and just taking it all up to the next level. So I think that's where I came from. I used to tune turbo cars. I really enjoyed internal combustion engines. These days, my love for that has turned to the next level, which is seeing rocket engines. And then I've kind of myself personally gone more towards EVs. I really like high performance EVs. But that's just kind of my own personal journey. I still have a certain fondness for sure for internal combustion car engines as well. So Paul says, an oracle appears in front of you and will answer one question with absolute certainty. What do you ask? What? How? I have no idea. That's insane. That's too powerful. I would have to think on that for if I had that right now and I just came up with an answer, I would be regretting it for the rest of my life because I'm sure it'd be the dumbest thing I could ever ask. Wow. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no. I don't even know where to begin, and I feel like it'd be irresponsible. I mean, an easy one would be say something like, "What stock could I buy today that would make me the most money in 5 years or something?" And if they knew the answer, I mean, that would be an easy one if you want to be rich or something, you know. But I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. Period. I'm sorry, Paul. That's too deep. You hurt me. The Oracle of Duck Duck says the Oracle is not going to sit and wait on your answer. From Nabil says, thanks for the beautiful quality merch. Awesome. My 2-year-old daughter loved her t-shirt for Christmas and asked to put it on immediately. What niche will New Glenn fill versus Starship? Will New Glenn be able to land on the moon Mars? So, quite literally, any rocket, basically, any orbital rocket can take something to the moon or Mars. I mean, even Rocket Lab's Electron, that tiny little thing, can send stuff to the moon. It just has to be tiny stuff, right? It scales linearly, or pretty linearly with the rocket. So as far as what niche will New Glenn fill, I think New Glenn is a step in the right direction. It might, you know, if it doesn't get online before Starship is really truly active and really ready to fly customers, I think it'll have it'll sign a lot of contracts because it will be it'll offer some benefits over Falcon Heavy. It'll definitely have some benefits over, say, Delta IV Heavy. It's going to be very competitive, and I think it's going to be, in some ways, it's higher performance than Falcon Heavy even. So it has a bigger payload fairing. There's some certain things that people can do there. You can share rides because you can stack payloads in that large fairing, even going out to geostationary transfer orbit and stuff. So the niche is that it's quite far along in development. I would argue that New Glenn is further along and more ready, closer to orbit, operational orbital launches, than Starship is. The problem is, one's kind of going what feels linear in its development and its progress, and that's New Glenn and Blue Origin. I think we're right about a year away from seeing that thing fly orbitally, and then from there on, I think we'll just be seeing them fly quite often. Starship, on the other hand, is doing this, and predicting where we're at in that tail going up is virtually impossible for anybody, including Elon. Elon gets it wrong all the time. All the time. I mean, he said just the other day that the Raptors will take just a couple hours to swap out. We're now 48 hours later, basically, since they started swapping Raptors, and they're still not done swapping Raptors. It's just hard to predict timelines on things, but SpaceX is clearly accelerating their progress, so it's just really hard to tell where we're at and when Starship. Saying the first day, we should play a bingo. We should do a high-stakes bingo of when will be the day that Starship goes orbital for the first time successfully. And I'll bet you I mean, I guess if we had thousands and thousands of people doing it, perhaps then we could, maybe have a winner. But I feel like that would be crazy. If someone could Discord, let's figure that out. That would actually be a fun thing to do. And do SLS and New Glenn. All of them. It'd be fun to have a bingo card for all. Do a high stakes bingo type of thing like that for when SLS will fly, when a bunch of rockets will fly. That'd be really, really fun. Closest without going over abducting targets. I don't know. I think you can go over. I just think whoever's closest, period. I think we need a winner. We need a definitive winner, someone that nailed that date. The Angry Astronaut RS-25 magnificent engines never failed every time we reused them. No, there was one that shut down in flight, but it didn't abort to orbit. We also had another one almost shut down in flight, and but that one didn't. So it did fail on one launch, kind of almost failed on another one. So, but yeah, it goes on to say that, and now we let them burn up every launch. Tragic. Yes, but I think that this is the last of the dinosaurs in this regard. So, yeah. David Willis, go SLS. David, glad to see you here. This is your day, my friend. This is your big day. David is maybe the ultimate SLS fan, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think that David, I think for a little while you may have been hostile towards Starship progress and stuff, but I think that you may be more hostile towards Starship progress. You're more hostile towards Starship fans and the fact that they would, no matter what, poo-poo everything SLS. And I think David has become big fan of I think spaceflight, and but still the ultimate fan of SLS, and I think that's good. I think SLS needs some positive cheerleading because, like I said, I am honestly excited about this. I do want to see this thing fly. I do want to see it fly enough times to fulfill its ultimate mission and help us transition into a commercial era. Again, watch my video about SLS versus Starship or Artemis versus the Apollo program, and you'll get all my thoughts on the SLS rocket. But meanwhile, orange rocket good enough for now. Shiny rocket really good in the near future. That's my ultimate thing. So, West, you're stirring the pieces of soft metal together. That's crazy that you can do that with friction stir welding and not have to ever have them melt at some point. To me, that just seems like at some point, on some level, they have to melt, but maybe I just don't even know enough about it, period. But thank you, West. I love learning. I'll be wrong every time as long as people teach me that I'm wrong so that I can be sure that I'm factually accurate in the future. So thank you guys for always helping me with things, and yeah, it just makes everything better. Cody says, do you think this is NASA's last chance to really be a contender in spaceflight? Absolutely not. No way. They aren't trying to be a contender in spaceflight. This was the only option on the table. When this program started, there were no commercial options. It wasn't a thing. If you presented, say, Falcon 9 as a legitimate option, or if you were presenting Starship 10 years ago on the table, you would have been laughed out of the room. Only now is that even becoming remotely kind of a possibility. We're kind of seeing it as this will happen eventually. They're willing it to happen. I'm staring at it right now. I believe that Starship will fly successfully. There will be a lot of booms and explosions and setbacks, but they're going to. Elon just forces things to work and happen, and that's the SpaceX way. If you proposed that 10 years ago when SLS started, it would have been inconceivable, and you would have been laughed out of the room. Now, they aren't trying to be a contender. They were just quite literally trying to make sure that we had a super heavy lift vehicle capable of getting humans to the moon in the safest manner possible. And safest doesn't just mean human rating. It also means safest as far as budget goes. And I know that we all get up in arms when we think about how expensive SLS is. But the grand scheme is a lot cheaper than the Apollo program, a lot cheaper than the Saturn V. And realistically, because it has a budget working alongside with Congress and politically motivated, it survived multiple administration changes. It survived the crossover from the Obama administration through the Trump administration. That's important. With NASA, they're more at the mercy of politics than they are their own desires so many times. So I think this is not their last chance to be a contender in spaceflight. This is probably just their last time they're going to own, operate, design, and build a rocket. And I think they're okay with that, and I think their goal going forward is to be more research, development, science, do all the things kind of behind the scenes that aren't necessarily profitable, right? Provide support for launch providers of, hey, here's some technical data that we have on this. We have these test stands. Let's partner in these ways. Because, again, they are government funded. They don't need to compete with these. And we're seeing that today with all of the human landing systems. We're seeing NASA change. And I think it's for the better. They don't need to design, operate, and build a rocket. So, hopefully that helps answer the questions. And this goes with that David Willis friendly reminder that the rockets that will send humans to the moon are not wasted in any way. That's 100% right. Would you say that the F1 engines and the Saturn V was wasted? I would probably be very angry and upset with you if you told me that to my face in person, that you thought the F1s were wasting away at the bottom of the ocean, and it's a shame that they were thrown away. The fact of the matter is they did the most impressive things ever, period, ever. And one of the biggest bookmarks in human history was getting humans onto the surface of the moon. That was their goal. Reusing it was not the goal. Same with SLS. SLS is designed to safely charter humans to and from the moon using Orion. It requires other launch vehicles to get them to the surface of the moon, but to deliver humans safely to the moon is still vital, and obviously a huge portion of landing on the moon is getting to the moon in the first place. So absolutely right, David. Friendly reminder that rockets that send humans to the moon are not wasteful in any way. Good call. From David, What are the pros and cons of hydrogen versus methane as fuels? Again, we do talk about that a lot, and the Raptor engine is the Raptor engine, the king of rocket engines. But the biggest thing for hydrogen is it has more potential energy. It's a lighter weight molecule, can be accelerated faster. It has more potential for peak temperature. It has more potential for performance, period, which is why we often see specific impulses. These engines, the specific impulse of the RS-25 is insane. That's kind of like the fuel economy, if you will. You can only expect about 25% increase for a similar engine of similar manners to have 25% ISP, or specific impulse, using hydrogen versus using methane. Now the problem with hydrogen is that it's again so sparse, it's really hard to deal with. You have to chill it at extremely low temperatures, awfully close. To get liquid hydrogen, it has to be awfully close to absolute zero, which means your tanks that you load in, the tanks that hold the fuel, have to have a lot of insulation. They have to be chilled down in order to not have that hydrogen boil off. That liquid hydrogen wants to boil off with ambient temperature and just become gaseous hydrogen, then they vent that out. Liquid methane is really close in operational temperature to liquid oxygen, which is, of course, there's always going to be liquid oxygen, and then say liquid methane, or liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. So liquid methane's a lot warmer. It stays at a liquid in a lot warmer state. It's a lot cheaper. In the grand scheme of things, to make hydrogen versus make methane and burn both of those in the atmosphere, making hydrogen, unless you're using electrolysis, which basically no one does, they use steam reforming, it actually pollutes a lot, and it's expensive. So if you are fueling a rocket, although the rocket itself might be extremely green, the way you develop and make that fuel is actually pretty bad for the environment, because of how much CO2 you make using steam reforming. So methane can actually be a cleaner alternative fuel in that sense, but it's just operationally easier to make. But it's not as efficient, but it's a perfect Goldilocks between RP1 and hydrogen. So we are seeing it being used a lot in the 21st century, which is really cool. Almost all new rockets tend to use methane. Bill says, according to NASA's website, they are tanks for test firing the RS-68. Oh, here we go.
Show. You've heard me say this a few times, but we are so happy you're still here with us. You are watching NASA's Green Run Hot Fire Test here at Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. The teams are still in a hold, and we are still within today's window for the test. We do have an update, so I'm excited again to have Alex Cagnola here with us. Alex, what's happening right now?
So right now our teams are still kind of doing some preps before we move into our T-minus 10-minute count. There's a lot of just individual preps you have to do on the stand, individual components, certain configurations we have to put everything in before we actually do perform that hot fire. They're going around, they're polling all of our program management and our chief engineers to see, are we good to go on, or we need to move on. We're also monitoring other things. We're monitoring how much propellant we have in the tanks, how much propellant we have on reserve on the barges to use for the hot fire. And then just as we work through those issues, we'll hear more information as we get closer.
So you said monitoring how much propellant we have on the tanks. Why is that important at this step?
Right, so this whole time before we go into hot fire, we're in a phase called replenish phase. And I know we kind of talked about that, but that fuel is very, very cold, and in the outside right now, it's not as cold, right? And so, constantly that fuel is being converted into gas and then vented out of the tanks, and then so the entire time we're in a phase called replenish, where we're constantly pumping a little bit of fuel back into the tanks to make sure it's at max capacity.
And we've said at the beginning of this show that this hot fire test can last up to 8 minutes. What I understand is we can learn a lot in just the first few minutes. Is that right?
Right. A lot of the engineering data we're looking to get really comes in the first 250 seconds. So, whenever we do initiate hot fire, we're going to be gimbling our engines a little bit, right? So we'll be moving the engines in a certain pattern that'll kind of mirror what we might expect during launch. We'll be throttling down the engines for a while, and then we might throttle them back up. There's a lot of things that we're going to try out, and most of those things will be in the first 250 seconds. Obviously, we want to go for the full 8 minutes that we will see during launch, but I think that we'll get a lot of really useful data in those first few minutes.
So you said gimbling the engines, moving them a little bit. It's not like a NASCAR turn or anything like that. We'll be seeing the engines, right? Just small movements?
Yeah, it's very, very small movements, and you might not even notice. It's only a few degrees in each way, and you might see a couple of them move the same time, or you might not. But that few degrees can really change your trajectory of your rocket when you do launch it. So it's important to be able to test that here at Stennis while we're hot firing and not just when the engines are just sitting there, right? It's a lot different when you have all that thrust coming out the bottom of the rocket than it is just testing it without it.
So I'd love for you to take a second with me and just take a look back. We can see a little bit of white steam, smoke coming out. Can you describe that for us?
Right, so what you're kind of seeing right now is the max deflectors, the water deflectors on the flame ramp, right? So we kind of talked about how much water they're pumping, 110,000 gallons every 20 minutes or so. So it's a lot, it's a lot of water coming out, and roughly 32,000 holes on that flame ramp. They're all pumping water, so, obviously you're going to see a lot of mist before the hot fire. And they'll actually even increase the amount of water coming out when we do get closer as well.
And those are called flame buckets, am I right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a flame bucket. You might even see some flame coming out of there whenever we do light up all four engines. So it'll be very exciting. And obviously all the safety systems are in place to take care of that when we do hot fire.
Okay, and again, we are still in a hold. In some way, this is a planned hold. We've got different versions of holds throughout the test. And as we get more information, we're going to come back. We still have Alex here with us. I'm not going to let him leave. You're going to stay mic'd into your chair right here because we want your expertise on what's going on. And as soon as we have more information from the control room, we're going to come right back to you. For now, we are going to take a step back and look at the test stand just like you are at home. And we'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Well, back to answer your guys' question. So, all right. Gabriel says, oh, wait, I don't know if I finished that one. According to NASA's website, this is from Bill. Bill, I wanted to thank you again for finding the answers. NASA's website, those tanks are for test firing the RS-68. And the RS-68 is what powers the Delta IV and Delta IV Heavy. Well, now just the Delta IV Heavy because the Delta IV Medium has been retired. That is a kind of a, I'll say a sibling-ish, not really, but a sibling-ish to the RS-25. It was considered an alternative for a little bit. It is definitely an expendable variant of the RS-25, but it really, the fact that it runs on hydrogen is about the only thing that it really shares in common, because it is open cycle and it has an ablative nozzle, which is really interesting. So you'll notice that the RS-68, when it fires on a Delta IV Heavy, although it's running on hydrogen, which normally just produces steam and is basically completely clear, the RS-68 will appear really bright orange, and that's because it's quite literally ablating carbon off of the nozzle, and then when carbon lights it, it shines really bright. So you're seeing this bright afterburning effect with the carbon ablating from the nozzles. They're literally burning through the nozzle. They'll make it extra thick and burn through it, and when you burn through it, it ablates away and takes heat with it. What these engines do is called regenerative cooling. So they're quite literally flowing fuel through the walls of the engine and that nozzle, the whole engine being the combustion chamber, the throat, and then the nozzle. There are tubes running through those engines. So when we see a shot like this, look at the very bottom. You can see tiny little, if this wasn't in 720, thanks NASA, you'd see some vertical stripes pretty clearly inside the nozzle engine. Or if you go see one at a museum or something, you'll clearly see that. And those are literally channels for fuel to flow up and down into, cooling the walls of the rocket engine as it's firing. Then those get pumped into the main combustion chamber, all at high pressure. So big difference between the RS-68 and the RS-25 is that ablative versus regeneratively cooled nozzle. Gabriel says, have you seen the Chasing the Moon documentary on PBS? It's fantastic. I don't remember if I've seen Chasing the Moon. I feel like I've seen just about everything that comes out, or I try to, but I don't remember if I've seen Chasing the Moon. It's fantastic. Also, do you think the European upper stage SLS-1B will be ready for Artemis 3 or 4? What will it be used for? So that's a really good question. Let's see. So as far as the European upper stage, what will it be used for? It will be used still in the same manner, but the cool thing about using the upper stage is they can send another approximately 10 tons, metric tons to the moon, so 22,000 pounds to the moon on a translunar injection, along with Orion. So you could put portions of your lunar lander, you could put portions of Gateway inside that, and eventually the thought is that the European upper stage could be cheaper than the current intercryogenic propulsion stage, which I don't understand how, because we'll use 4 RL-10s versus the 1 RL-10 of the current upper stage on SLS. But yeah, I think. Okay, cool. So this is a good little bit. Thank you, Acacia and Discord. Apparently, we're going to hear bells at 15 minutes. So we'll pay attention to that and see if and at which time we will change our clock. So We know that T minus within an hour is quite arbitrary because that's constantly sliding every second of every minute of every hour. It means nothing, but that's what they gave us, so we don't really have a better way of trying to give you more accurate time besides that. We are just waiting for this thing to test fire, which it will do up to between 4 and 8 minutes, hopefully, would be a successful test, but they are hopefully trying to do the full 8 minutes. From Mateo says, why again SLS is human rated? I just tuned in. Greeting from the Freezy, Finland. Tim, awesome. So why again is SLS rated? Because they're using a lot of heritage components. They're using, in order to rate something human rated, you have to have a higher factor of margin, like stress margins and everything. You have to have a high factor of, say you design something that, say it needs to hold 100 kilograms before it breaks. Your safety margin needs to be higher. Like a normal rocket might be able to do 1.3 times that, so basically hold 130 kilograms before it begins to break. And human rating requires something like 1.5, 1.6 factor a safety margin. And as far as then also having flown, a lot of this hardware has flown in other iterations. The RS-25, of course, has flown. The just stress rating everything to human certification is a way that they design it into the rocket from the get-go. So that's it's, and SpaceX, for instance, has actually had to push back quite a bit against some of that traditional way of doing things when they were able to certify the Falcon 9, because a lot of the ways they were certifying wasn't that traditional over-engineering, but is more through showing, through brute force, that, hey, we've flown this many times and it works. There's been kind of some back and forth on some of that stuff, reevaluating the best way to certify. And you can certify through multiple ways. You can certify through proving it by doing all-up tests. You can certify, like, that's the difference between the abort tests of Boeing and SpaceX. We saw Boeing not do an in-flight abort test. They certified it by showing how it could on paper, basically, and how it could through their validations on the ground, which in some ways is probably could be more expensive than just, for SpaceX, they just stuck it on a used Falcon 9 booster and just let the thing fly. And that was probably a cheaper way for SpaceX to prove that their in-flight abort system can work. SLS is certified by designing from the get-go heritage parts, over-engineering parts, and then going through processes to make sure the parts on there are actually ready for people. So we are going to receive a terminal count, said Jim Bridenstine at 4:15. So maybe we are within about 10 minutes. Here we go. That's great. The terminal count only lasted 10 minutes. So I think we're going to be seated in about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I'll answer some more of your questions before they get online. Pascal says, do I think SN9 will fly, or will they just continue with SN10? Do you know what went wrong with the Raptor engines? Greetings from Switzerland. I think SN9 will fly. They put new Raptors on it already. If they wanted to scrap it beforehand, they would have done it probably when they tipped it over in the high bay. I think it'll fly. I'm staying here until it does. It's not fun. It's really expensive to be sitting here. I'm missing home already, but I'm here for SN9. I'm not gonna miss it unless it's like, I don't think it'll be a month. Let's hope it's not a month, because I don't know how easily I can afford a month, but we'll figure it out. So here we go. They're gonna bring us back.
Update in a few minutes. We are now inside terminal count, and again, I'm not the expert here. We've got Alex Cagnola with us, who's going to explain what that means and how did we get to this point.
Right, so the test conductor just came on the audio and alerted us that we're about 9 minutes away, actually. So we'll be getting some pretty regular updates here. We'll be hearing some activation of some different components on the rocket before the hot fire. And obviously, there's a lot of steps that we'll be hearing going into the actual hot fire, with things like we talked about CAPU activation, move to internal power. If there's any kind of audio that might slow down the terminal count, they'll kind of come on the air and tell us that too. But right now, we are in that final sequence that lasts, 8.5 to 8 minutes. So we're going to sit back and kind of listen for the updates from the test conductor.
And this wasn't one person's decision. This is a full group that has to make the decision that we are ready to keep going.
Right, every big
Hold
decision.
on one second. What I do want to remind everyone now is that you're actually able to hear the control room audio just like we are. So what we're going to try to do is when the test conductor starts talking, I'm going to rudely cut Alex off in the middle of what he's talking about and try to make sure that we can all listen in, give him enough time to understand that call. So we just missed one. Again, this is a live show, but I want to get back to how we got to this decision. And again, it's not just one person.
Right, that goes back to, we have a great team working all the engineering issues, and then obviously, they kind of come up with a story about what's going on, and they present that in the best way possible to our program management and to, those who are the big decision makers. And so every time we have a big milestone like this, we have to poll the whole board. Everyone brings up their concerns, or if they think, going forward, what they think, and then you do a go, no-go poll, and it sounds like everyone was a go. So we're moving forward from roll count.
Okay, and again, you can hear some of that test conductor audio. I'm sure you couldn't hear that one because you were talking, giving us a great explanation. But now I do want to know. So
don't forget when they say
10 minutes, we're now about 7 minutes. I understand.
T-minus 7 minutes.
What are we expecting to hear from the test conductor?
Right, you'll hear the test conductor say a few things like.
So when when they say T-minus 7 minutes, Mark, ours should be at 6 minutes at that point because at that exact minute it'll be 6 minutes 59 seconds. So our ish clock is kind of giving you just an estimate. But we could probably get into a real actual 0-0 with this, or not? Or is it all set up for ish? Well, they're saying Mark, so it'll give us a pretty good estimate. But it was T-minus 7 minutes. Mark will have to try to play around with it. We'll try to get you guys a real accurate countdown clock, and remove the ish from our own countdown. So, all right, let's listen up again too.
Heard about 6 minutes, was that right?
That is 6 minutes away, so they're going to start really having a lot more calls on the audio. We might even hear some things being turned on inside the core stage. So, obviously we'll start talking less as we hear more audio come through.
Okay, sure. What will those things sound like?
So you'll hear TCC, more and more calls. They'll be talking to more in the control room with individuals. They'll be talking to people.
Yes, sir.
Looks like somebody opened a terminal TCS window.
Okay, nobody else should have the TCS GUI. If you have it open, please close it at this time.
So right, they're just working through some small things between all the monitors. They're opening and closing certain things that need to be closed inside the Rocky. From the stand. They're going to completely secure the stand with everything that needs to be done before the hot fire. And really, it's just the final preps before we do initiate engine start.
Okay, again, you are all hearing what we're hearing. We're pausing whenever the test conductor is speaking or other people in the control center are speaking because we're trying to learn what's happening to the rocket.
My mark.
It sounds like about 5 minutes away on their mark. Again, remind us who's the one in our ear. What's that role?
So that's our green run test conductor, and he's kind of been the one in control of all the green run test cases, not just this one thing up to this point. So he has a great working relationship with all those that are on the test team. And so, obviously right now we're in T-minus 5 minutes. So there'll be a lot of activation going up until we do hot fire. So, like we said, CAFU spin up, move to internal power, purge sequence, and then we'll move into engine activation. It's all going to come
I'm
pretty
going to
quick.
pause you for a second.
We're holding at T-minus 4 minutes 46.
I copy that.
They're going to hold.
DTD, DEA, it's the LP sensors.
Okay. Copy that. We'll wait till we get to the hold at T-minus 440. We're in the hold set. We're in the go. And if you want to go ahead and use that pre-plan.
DLH, let's go to manual mode, try to dial in lead delta speed, please.
If this is the right time, can you break down what we just heard?
So they're moving into some final sequencing. Obviously, you can see on the flame bucket, they've now initiated max water flow into that flame bucket, so you'll be seeing a lot more mist.
Just a reminder, we do have 2 minutes 35 seconds for the hold, so.
So we are 2 minutes 35 seconds before the 1 minute and 40 hold, from what I understand. So obviously that 1 minute 40 hold will be the last little bit before we do start up the engine. So it's very exciting.
You're getting excited. I can hear everyone around us getting excited. This is great. And what we're going to make sure we do is we have to make sure we're all being safe here.
Reset that whenever you get ready. We are at 1 minute and 30 seconds in the whole timer.
Okay, if you're in the van, go ahead and reset MPS 17, please.
So we're going to go ahead and take a step back. We're going to put our ear protection on. So we'll be moving into internal power. And again, putting our ear protection on, listening in from here on out, and observing this major
Let's go ahead.
milestone on America's
Go ahead and
return
continue
to the
TC.
moon
Let's go
with
ahead and
Artemis.
enable the sequencer.
Sequencer activated.
Okay.
Resume the count on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
I'm gonna do 440. You
Now
ready?
we're counting down. Sequencer is counting.
We might be back at 4 minutes, so we're gonna have to move our clock. We'll be listening in. We might have got a little confused with the hold there. They were talking about a hold timer and how long of opportunity they could hold. We're gonna move our clock when they might give us a T-minus 4 minutes any second here. And then in which case we will punch it back in. This is a rough estimate if we're wrong, but hopefully they'll give us some kind of update.
Coming up on T-minus 4 minutes on my mark. Mark.
Okay, I have 3 seconds. Sweet. We got that dialed in for you guys. Oh, they're going for it, guys. Who's ready? I'm honestly really excited for this. 4 RS-25s like this have never been fired up together simultaneously. This is a big milestone. Just a good step. We want progress. So yeah, this is a good thing. We are all, team space here. Let's be excited for some progress. Let's hope for the best for this. Again, this test could last anywhere between, for it to be successful, they're saying, I think they're saying 200, wait, were they saying 200 seconds? They wanted like 240 seconds, so 6 minutes of data. The full duration would be 4 minutes of data, sorry. And the full duration would be 8 minutes. So we're hoping to see at least 4 minutes. So
T-minus 3 minutes on my mark. Mark.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Awesome, guys. Look at all that water. That's crazy. That is crazy. This is down in Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. You can tell by the way it looks like Mississippi. I don't know. Oh, this is awesome, guys. This is the first time a super heavy lift launcher will be firing up in a long, long time. A super heavy lift launcher hasn't really flown since the space shuttle. Because the Falcon Heavy is not, by definition, well, wait, 50 tons over. Falcon Heavy could actually be super heavy if they expended it. But still, this thing is awesome.
Coming up in T-minus 2 minutes on my mark. Mark.
Awesome. Bait 215, this is just cool. Located 45 minutes from this test. I wonder if you'll be able to hear it from 45. Bait, please get back to us. Chat, pay attention to Bait 215. When this happens, if Bait from 45 minutes away, drive time, I assume, is able to hear it. And I'll get to the rest of you guys' questions here after this. We'll talk about what we saw. And we will answer you guys' questions. But, man, I don't even...
Mark.
All right. I'm just excited this is finally getting close. This is awesome. I'm a little nervous. This has to go well. Let's go Team Space, baby. Let's see this.
T-minus 1 minute on my mark. Mark.
Mark. I'm actually. Who's ready for this? Give me a.
Go. All personnel report that you're ready to go. PEA. Go. AEA. HEA. Go. REA. Go. NTC. Go.
We might see a little gimbal.
All right, we're in ALI.
Of the engines. They're going for it, guys. Wow, that's a lot of water. Getting ready. That is there for sound suppression to protect the rocket itself. It absorbs a lot of sound energy. Here we go. These are rofies. These are just to make sure there's no extra hydrogen. It's not part of the ignition sequence. Here we go. They're firing up.
And we're to Pascal. Engine start. We're at Pascal.
please continue to monitor your system, and the rest is in control. All right, plus 25 seconds.
Oh, look at all that water vapor. Again, that is no pollution there. That's literally just water vapor. Quite literally clouds. Because it's just hydrogen and oxygen.
DDRA, we did get one NCF on engine 4.
And then making a lot of steam.
We're still running. Still got 4 good engines, right? Count that.
4 good engines. We want to hear that. Wow.
All right. Okay, so through 60 seconds. Into our first vehicle profile.
ETD is empty.
Go, sir.
Safety violation, correct?
We're shut down at 67
And we got
seconds.
shut down. All personnel. Shut down. Looks like all here to page 656.
It's all together, though, guys. The vehicle is still in one piece. This is the important part. Not a great sign, though. Sound like there's a TVC violation. That'd be thrust vector control. So maybe there's some kind of issue with the gimbaling, which is an easy thing to solve.
Okay, all personnel. It's going to be post-con 5 to post-con 5 to shut down securing operations in page 656.
ETD, I need you to verify with the engine data.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Shut down standby.
Yeah, all personnel. That does take us to the last page there on page 632. AR1, if you would, on step 4.241, please verify core stage engine 1s and 4 have shut down for that step, and we have a safe engine shutdown.
We are. Post shutdown standby, engines 1 through 4.
Remember, this exact vehicle is going to be flying for Artemis 1 within a year. So we need to see this engine test go successfully in order to make that happen. It has to work. This is not ideal. But it is still standing, and that's really the important part. So this vehicle is still there.
We just saw the core stage of SLS fire up. Of course, we also heard some test conductor come in, so we want to go straight to Alex. Alex, can you please describe to us, first of all, what we saw and then what we heard?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we had a very successful initiation of the engines. The beginning of our thrust profile there when we were firing for the first minute or so, we obviously are getting some really good data coming through. But like we said earlier, this is a test. We have test commit criteria and we have certain boundaries that we have to keep all the operations under. So, we really are trying to make sure that everything's operating properly and safely. So, the test team was kind of seeing some data that they might not like. And so obviously, our engines were shut down ahead of the 8-minute scheduled time frame. But we do have a lot of good data to go look at. And hopefully, we can move on from here and maybe get see what's going to go on further. So
I was looking at your face when that started lighting up, and that was incredible. We saw the cloud forming. We both saw rainbows just forming right overside. Just how did it feel in those first few seconds?
Yeah, it's amazing. It never really gets old, that feeling that you get, in your chest, or, seeing, just how powerful those rockets are when they're testing. So, obviously, it was an awesome thing to see, and, I can't wait to get the core stage to Kennedy and get ready for launch.
And you told us, over 8 minutes we might have had tons and tons, terabytes worth of data, but we already have data just from right now. What are they going to do with that right away?
Right, and so just like all of our other green run tests, we have teams that are going to go and break down that data and kind of see what we're seeing in our profiles, right? And so, that all goes into the profile that we'll use for launch eventually at Kennedy. So, obviously there's a lot of things to look at the data. We kind of talked about, over the span of our green run testing, we have roughly 800 terabytes of data, and that's a lot of data. We're talking about it's hard to grasp how much data that is. So, we'll obviously take the time to dig through everything, and then obviously have a path forward from there.
And I know it happened really fast, but can you tell us what the people were talking talking about that we could hear from the test conductor in that audio?
Right. So after we did engine initiation, they're kind of going through and monitoring everything, right? So obviously, once we are actually firing the engines, we have to look at all of our engine readings when it comes to temperatures, how they're reacting, how they're moving, and all that stuff. We were just getting into our gimbal profiling test, which is moving the engines around right before we terminated the hot fire. So we're obviously going to have a lot of good data to look at.
Great. Thank you, Alex. I'm so glad you're here. And so as the engineers gather data from today, we look ahead to the next steps. This core stage will be lifted out of the V2 test stand and refurbished to patch up that orange foam insulation. Then the team will load it onto our Pegasus barge, about as long as a football field, to make a 6-day journey from the Gulf of Mexico to our Kennedy Space Center on Florida's Atlantic coast. There, it will be stacked in the iconic vehicle assembly building with other elements of the SLS rocket, including the twin solid rocket boosters, which our teams have already begun stacking on the mobile launcher. The core stage will join the boosters and then be stacked with the upper stage. And then the Orion spacecraft with the launch abort system on top. All of this work putting us on track to roll out to Launch Pad 39B for a liftoff later this year on Artemis 1. We are going to pause again and just talk about what we just experienced. The stage was rattling that we're on here. We saw everybody with their...
So I'm very confused. They're making it sound like they're just going to ship it anyway without getting through any of the gimbal profile, which I think I'm guessing it's too early to tell. I think NASA will review this data, see what exactly triggered it, see whether, and weigh out the pros and cons of whether or not they think they need to redo this test, get through those gimbal profiles. And again, the gimbal are the things, those nozzles can actually steer. Specifically on the space shuttle, they could steer up to 12.5 degrees. Raptor can steer up to 15 degrees, which is crazy. Both of those are crazy. 12 degrees is insane. We'll see. We'll see if they need to redo that. I don't know if they're going a full 12.5 degrees on SLS, but on the space shuttle they could gimbal that amount. So we will see if they take it down and do the patchwork to the insulation, because sometimes some of the foam insulation falls off from the shaking, and some of that's okay. I can't believe they're talking like they might just go ship it. That would actually be, Gingerman 512 in our Discord did bring up a good point. It did kind of sound like they were just going to the next section in the script, period. Not necessarily being dynamic with the situation at hand. So, man, I don't know. That, at least, like I said, the things we know is the vehicle is standing and in good condition and hopefully repairable, or they can not necessarily repair, but just address the issue. Sometimes it's literally a software thing. Sometimes it could be like a valve was showing an improper thing, or maybe even a wrong configuration or something. So you never know, and hopefully they will be able to figure that out pretty quickly. So and then either redo the test, or if they think that they got the data they need to confidently fly the vehicle, then they're probably going to do that. If it was a simple like, oh, look at this, we literally could have just had this one valve read this thing or whatever, and the gimbals would have been fine. But at this point, when it's on the test stand, you want to be very conservative with those numbers. You don't want to do anything that you think might damage the vehicle. So, yeah, there we go. From Connor. The Angry Astronaut put out a great video yesterday on nuclear thermal rocket engines and the Rolls-Royce / UKSA collab on that. I'll have to check that out, because I do want to do a video on nuclear engines. I think that they hold a lot of value, and I would like to see them. I'm kind of blocking this poor lady's face. I am sorry about that. Whoops, can you do the shrinkity-doo, or am I already shrinked-did? I'm already shrinked-did. There we go. What are they saying here?
Down at Kennedy undergoing assembly. And the spacecraft for Artemis 3 is also being manufactured right now at Michoud in our hometown of New Orleans. So that wraps it up for us here today after a major milestone on America's return of astronauts to the lunar surface, a successful test of the core stage of the Space Launch System rocket. Up next, we'll be replaying the test, and we will have a post-test briefing 2 hours on NASA television. We invite you to follow all of our progress online at nasa.gov/Artemis program or join the conversation online with @NASA-Artemis and @NASA_SLS. Thank you so much, Alex, for being with here and being our expert tonight. Thank you to the administrator, Jim Bridenstine, and astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson. And most of all, thank you for joining us. And go Artemis.
All right, guys. Well, we've got a lot of things to answer for you guys, a lot of questions to answer. We'll let this play in the background until it wraps, and then we'll just go full screen and answer more of your guys' questions because we have quite a few here, and I'm way behind, so I'm going to try and kind of rush through these a little bit here, so that we're not sitting here all night. But like I said, the good thing is definitely tune in, pay attention to Jim Bridenstine's Twitter, NASA's Twitter. Tune into the press conference afterwards. We'll hopefully learn more about whether or not they feel like they need to redo this test or to what degree of a success it was. The fact that they committed and ran a full minute definitely tells them probably a good amount of data. Like I said, maybe it's something that they know confidently will be okay, but we don't know, and hopefully NASA does. J.K. Fresco says, off topic, but lasers can be used to heat. Lasers can be used to heat the atmosphere as propellant. Any thought on how far away this technology is? Thanks, great channel. Well, J.K., the big thing is you have to harness the expansion and the acceleration of something. Just because you heat something up doesn't mean that you're going to create propulsion from it. In order to create propulsion, you have to basically the way a rocket engine works is you're converting pressure into workable thrust, and you do that by accelerating it. So you're taking that pressure, you're putting it through a nozzle, you're first constricting it, and then once you're constricting it at the throat, that's where it hits supersonic speeds. After supersonic speeds, in order to keep accelerating, you actually do expand it out. It kind of goes backwards at post-supersonic speeds. I don't know how exactly you'd harness that and how that would necessarily be any more efficient or different than just a regular rocket engine. But I haven't really thought about that. But you would have to harness it in some way. Just heating up something behind you would just be heating up something behind you. It wouldn't be providing any workable thrust. Of course, lasers can be used though to provide a slight push on like a sail, a solar sail or something like that. So there are options. Nolan Barnett, will Crew Dragon ever go to Gateway, or could it be modified for TLI, so translunar injection, and trans-Earth injection, so back from there? So as far as that goes, I don't necessarily know right offhand. There were talks of it for a little bit, but I think that it got canceled, basically. I do not think there is currently plans to have Crew Dragon ever leave low Earth orbit. We'll be exploring that in the what could replace SLS and Orion video. That will hopefully be sometime early this year. Radrez, do you think interplanetary spaceships like the one in the Martian movie is a viable option? A spacecraft that you can attach, descend vehicle to, etc. Do you think it's even a good idea? Thanks. As far as a good idea, that's literally what the Gateway is proposed to do. That's what NASA's Gateway in that near retrilinear halo orbit is kind of proposing. It's not. It stays relatively in its destination around the moon, but the idea is you kind of dock to it, you prepare missions, you do all this stuff, and then you go down to the surface in a smaller vehicle. I think it is a valid idea. I think Buzz Aldrin had a book called the Aldrin Cycler, where you literally keep one spacecraft cycling, or multiple spacecrafts, kind of on this ongoing cycle between the Earth and Mars. You could even do it with Earth and Moon. You can do these cycling missions where you dock a small spacecraft up to it, offload, and then you have all the space to have leisure activities or more science or whatever, or backups and all these things. And then you send a smaller unit down to the surface of whatever body you're going to explore. So yes, I do think it is a viable option, and I do think it's a good idea. Good question, Redrez. Nick says, how likely would it be for a Blue Origin and SpaceX juncture? Possibly they both establish their products, i.e. New Glenn and Starship. I don't want that. I think it's a wonderful competition. I think that's the two richest people in the entire world are fighting over space dominance, and we're all winning because of it. They're both working to outperform each other, make better performing rockets cheaper, and do it ahead of each other. So if they joined, we see that lack of competition already everywhere else in the world. I think it's a bad thing. I think competition can keep both people motivated and pushing forward. So yeah, that's my opinion though. From Zach MEC? Sure. Hey, Tim, been watching you since 2018. Love your videos. Well, thank you very much, Zach. Hopefully, depending on how all these millions of lives, lately it's just been Livestream City and then preparing for Starship. But hopefully soon I can get back home and get back to shooting videos. But in the meantime, we're shooting a lot of content for Starship because it is history in the making. It's hard to not just focus on this, and then we'll get back to the videos long term someday. So that is what I still love to do. I love to make those long form videos, the ones that we can break down topics really deep and provide visuals for you guys so that you can hopefully learn along with me. And I love to do that, but it's hard. It's quite literally impossible to do down here with all the stuff we try to do as well. So Adam, this is the comment like an hour ago that I was excited to read on air. Koenigsegg 3D prints their variable vane turbos for their cars which spin at 40,000 RPM, 40,000 plus RPM. You're absolutely right, but the parts that actually are doing the spinning, like the bearings, the turbine housing itself and the compressor wheel housing and stuff like that, that can be 3D printed. But as far as the actual moving parts, like the bearings, which are normally either some kind of ball bearing and still variable vane turbos, like would have been in the what's cool about variable vane turbos, like what were in the 911 starting in the 90s, you can change the pitch on them, and they actually have their own oil that is completely sealed off, and you don't have to have it cycling through. So it basically has a different lubricant for the variable vane turbo that does not need positive pressure and a flowing tap off, basically. So there is, you can 3D print certain parts and definitely some of the channels and things like that, but you're not going to be able to print you're not printing the bearing in that 3D process. You're 3D printing parts. Same with a rocket. You're not going to be 3D printing the entire thing, like just here's the bottom of the rocket, just start printing and 3D print the entire thing. There's going to be parts that you quite literally have to install, like bearings and really high precision or low tolerant parts that have to be manufactured in other ways and then added into the final assembly. So let's see. Sorry, I read that tweet as official source, but Kane the Red Fox, hey Tim, with NASA having that nuclear engine law coming into play soon, what do you think of the feasibility of using the Orion nuclear engine? Orion nuclear engine, I don't think is a good idea. Orion nuclear engine was the idea that you literally light nuclear bombs and just kind of capture it like imagine having a bowl and then just dropping a bomb into the bowl and just having it blow up and propelling you. I think that's a terrible idea. I think thermal nuclear rockets would be a good step in the right direction without all the craziness of dropping nuclear bombs out the back of your rocket to propel you. So, yeah. P.A. Nilsson says, what about Vulcan for humans to the moon? Vulcan, we'll look into that. We'll, of course, look into that. Vulcan will be human-rated, I believe, from the get-go because of the way they design and engineer it. We'll look at the performance numbers of that, and we will put that in that video as well. Vulcan is absolutely a potential there. So Alexander says, thanks for all you do, Tim, and giving my daughter and I some awesome things to watch. Well, thank you very much, Alexander. Thanks for saying hi, and hello to your daughter. Thanks for watching with your family. That means a lot. Jack Graham, what's the purpose for the rings on rocket engines? I'm guessing it's something to do with cooling or structure. Both. You're absolutely right. So for these particular rockets, you'll see, again, there's cooling channels going vertically through the nozzle and through the chamber. Then there's ring stiffeners because they're using the way that they made the RS-25 is not really the way that we're doing things now. Like the way SpaceX mills channels into copper and then has another metal on top of it. It's a little bit different. The RS-25 is still a little bit more old school, using quite literally like brazing channels together, tubes together, and then there's ring stiffeners around them. So yeah, hopefully that, and some of them do have channels for where the coolant comes into. So hopefully that answers. Scott Holloway, seems the other side of the stand could have the test vehicle for launcher to test their new engines. Oh, that could have been, but I think we figured out that they're tank supported for RS-68s. But yeah, and the launcher is out there, Michoud, so that would be, I just don't know if they'd be at that big of a stand. But yeah, that's a good call. Thomas Duncan says, how does SpaceX plan to deal with radiation on its way to Mars? I don't know. It is an issue, but the big thing is literally the biggest thing you need between you and specifically the sun is the biggest form of radiation when you're in deep space, is to point your engines or have a bunch of mass in between you and the sun. So if you point your engines and face those at the sun, you can block a lot of radiation environment and shield the crew from that radiation. Also, you can put water. You can mitigate radiation a lot just by having mass, by having propellant in between you and the sun, by having water, your fecal matter if necessary, things like that. You can literally have a poo shield, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of things that you can do to mitigate that, and I think for a 6-month journey, the radiation, even if you're relatively unshielded, likely would not be. It would be bad, but it wouldn't be like a total deal breaker. I think someone compared the amount of radiation that you would receive would be similar to smoking a pack a day, which, yes, that's not good. But people do that and they are still alive. So it's kind of that whole, like, if we're going to Mars to explore, there's going to be some risks, and maybe some people would be willing to risk it to that degree. But yeah. Hold on here real quick. Oh, yes, I did see someone ask really quick. You are right. I am wearing the Normal shirt. If you guys want to support me and help me do what I do, consider going to everydayastronaut.com/shop. I do have the Normal shirt 10% off today by using coupon code LAUNCHDAY. Although this wasn't a launch, it was a test fire. I should have a test fire day. But by using coupon code LAUNCHDAY, you go to everydayastronaut.com/shop and clicking on Normal here. Andrew, can you pull that up real quick? Yes. But go to everydayastronaut.com/shop, clicking on Normal here. Anything in the Normal collection, so the hat and the Normal shirt, is 10% off today by using coupon code LAUNCHDAY. That helps me continue to be down here for you guys. Anything you do in the shop helps me stay down here and continue to provide coverage for you guys, specifically with SN9 right now. Obviously, I would normally be doing these things at home. But yeah, shop around if you guys want to help me do what I do. That's everydayastronaut.com/shop. And yeah, the other way you can help is by becoming a Patreon supporter by going to patreon.com/everydayastronaut. Of course, that means the world to me as well. You can join our awesome Discord channel. So thank you so much to all my patrons. I promise you guys will be very excited about what we're working on down here. I will tell you guys more about it as soon as we have some stuff figured out. So patrons, stand by. Thank you so much for your support. Back to some more questions. From Own Hi. I never know how to say your name, Own Hi, but thank you for always saying hi. Absolutely stoked to see shuttle hardware fly again. Also, the money you send to Mars, the studio. Oh, also money to send you to Mars, the studio. Thank you. Yes, that's what we're talking about here. Yes, I've decided if I do, I'm working on trying to figure out a solution for a Studio B so we can keep stuff set up down here. And not just waste time setting gear up all the time, because it takes a long time. Having a permanent solution would be a lot better. And if we do that, we will probably name the studio Mars, because that makes sense. Since everyone wants to send me to Mars, it'd be like, okay, yeah, send me to my studio. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that a lot. Lost Coast 707. I'm procrastinating on getting to work this afternoon just to see this test. Glad you are covering it. Thanks for all your hard work. Well, thank you so much, Lost Coast. I do appreciate that. Hopefully now you can get back to work. Charles O'Connor, what's my favorite dinosaur? I'd have to say Ankylosaurus or Stegosaurus. Both are awesome because they bash stuff with their tail. How can that not be awesome? The real Tim. Hi, Tim. I'm doing my PhD in 3D printing technology right now. The future will be 3D printing, but some parts are finished with a milling process. Good call, the real Tim. You're absolutely right. Yep. Which I would hope the person with the PhD in the subject matter, I will gladly listen to you. You are absolutely right. Let's see, this is from 26 Dimensions. Last tips. Any tips for editing videos? Absolutely. I have one favorite tip that has saved me so much time. When I read my scripts, I'm reading through a teleprompter, right? And I'll read them oftentimes 3 or 4 times. And when I think I know I nailed the take, I clap twice. That way I see that waveform directly in the editing software. So for me, for Premiere, I actually see those double claps. They'll peak the signal. I can literally just look at the double claps, find the waveforms before that, know that that's my take, and basically just edit from there and go, whoop, okay, that's my take, boop, that's my take. That has saved me so much time, and now it's saving Andrew a lot of time when he does those initial dialogue cuts. You still do watch all of them? Huh. He says he takes my pick only about 80% of the time. But with the way I used to edit, I literally just go to the double clicks, pound it in. But it did give me, it did give me a good sense of what I thought was my best take. So Oh, the other thing, for me in Premiere, one of the things that I like to do, I don't know if Andrew does this, but I do stack timelines. I'll make, because you can have a timeline window open, but you can also have another timeline open. So I'll have all of the dialogue strung out. It might be 4 hours of dialogue, literally 4 or 5 hours, and then I slice it out and drop it into a new timeline, so that I'm never having to scroll around on the timeline and go back and forth. I can literally just kind of scroll slowly, linearly, drop it in, scroll linear, and I never have to move and find my place again. So, yeah. All right, so from Stefan saying, according to NASA, the term green refers to, yes, we did go over that. Thank you very much, Stefan, and I appreciate all of you guys correcting me on that. That's what I love about you guys. Roberta says, wanted to support you since SN8 broadcast. Thank you for all your coverage for our community. Well, thank you very much, Roberta. I just love this stuff, and I'm just really glad that you guys are all here to watch along with me, learn along with me, and just experience awesome things together, because that's something to get excited about. And Clifford, thank you so much for the pair. I appreciate that. Peter says, not melt. Hot oxygen will oxidize, burn almost everything. But is the oxygen-rich pre-burner the reason the Russian engines can't be? Is it the reason the Russian engines can't be reused? I mean, the plumbing resists the hot oxygen for a limited time to go to orbit. I don't know. Don't forget they were looking at trying to reuse the RD-170s from Energia, and those were closed cycle oxygen rich, and they're basically a doubled up version of the RD-180. So they thought they could reuse that. So I don't think it has much to do with that. I think it's just they didn't really look too seriously into. I don't think they really were looking too seriously into reusing anything else though. Otherwise, so I don't think it has much to do with the engines. I think it just has some look with reuse in whole. So. All right, so this is from Will. Thanks for the coverage. You do great work. Thank you, Will. Thanks for saying hi. From W4WWW Raker, re-rover images. They are usually stitched from multiple high-res photos, and they don't image the rover bits, saving bandwidth for important data. That makes a lot of sense, too. That absolutely makes sense, because there's very limited bandwidth on Mars, and there's only certain times with certain passes when, say, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is overhead where you can get a high data bandwidth and high data speeds, and still not that high. There's basically 3 different modes of data that they can send: a low gain, a high gain, and an omnidirectional antenna, and they're all really slow. Some of them ridiculously slow. So we need Starlink on Mars, and that would help that a lot. Stephen Crawford says, Tim, my hydrogen Toyota Myra is directly influenced by NASA. I feel like I'm piloting a road-based space shuttle. You're exactly right. I mean, there's quite literally a COPV, a composite overwrap pressure vessel, inside of a Toyota Myra. So that's exactly right. There's high-pressure hydrogen inside your car, and I think that's absolutely wild. That's a very space-esque thing to have in your car. Cameron says, as an aside from the car comment, a lot of the aftermarket fiberglass car parts, especially for classic cars, are based out of and handmade in Titusville from people who worked in the space program. See, that's cool. I did not realize that. That's actually really cool. Hanalak, hi, so what happened if the tube actually blew up? As in the tube, if the rocket blew up, it'd be very, 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 very bad, and there'd be about a year and a half behind schedule to get the next rocket, the next core stage out to the test stand. So it did not, and we are thankful for that. This is from Liberium, says, hey Tim, which human launch systems do you believe will be the safest for astronauts? My vote is Dynetics, but I'm interested in what you think. I don't know if I see any as a particular safer bet than the others. The high elevation, I think a lot of people are stuck on the high elevation of, say, Starship, and the high elevation of, say, the human landing system, or the national team's lander. They're both very elevated, with Starship being like really elevated, like 10 stories off the ground from the surface of the moon, and you have to take an elevator down. I'm not that worried about that. I think those are easy things to solve. As far as safety and redundancy, I'm sure they will all have been certified to the same degree, so I don't know if there's any one that would be better than the other in that regards. But Dynetics looks so low slung that it does seem like a nice safe bet. But I'm not the one that makes those decisions. I definitely think SpaceX would be the best bang for the buck, though. You're basically landing a moon base on the moon with your first Starship. So Ali says, or Ali Alazawa says, Any plans to get back into cars? Maybe a car channel? I just don't have time. I don't even have enough time to run my channel as much as I want to, including all the help we're getting. I just don't have time for that. I love cars. I don't have any desire to do car content though. But I still do love cars, but it's just for my own personal enjoyment. So I got to focus on this while I can. So, all right, this is from Milan says, hi Tim, if Super Heavy's grid fins are going to be made out of steel, why do Falcon 9s have to be made out of titanium? Is weight the only issue? I think Super Heavy grid fins are going to be made out of titanium. I believe Elon's mentioned that they will be by far, because currently the Falcon 9's grid fins are the largest, potentially the largest forged or something single piece of titanium. Super Heavies will be like 4 or 5 times bigger than that, at least. So, yeah. So, hey, and Jeff Faust is reporting, I do want to read this real quick. Jeff Faust is reporting from the NASA TV replay, a controller says that they got an MCF on engine 4, but we're still running. We've got 4 good engines, right? Another controller says the engines continue to run for another 10 to 15 seconds before shutdown. I don't actually know what MCF is. Oh, major component failure? Ooh. Interesting. Okay, so maybe we'll learn more about that at the press conference. I'm guessing that there is a pretty major setback then. So we will see. T-Bone says, hi, Tim, currently reading up on a plan to turn the OV-101 Enterprise into a space station. What are your thoughts? I don't necessarily have any thoughts. I don't quite know turning the OV-101 Enterprise into a space station. I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense. But I would be interested to read that too, so I could actually give you more of a, because I don't know what that actually entails. So, yeah. Oh, Scott says that the grid fins are welded steel. I'm not sure though. Well, hopefully we'll find out. Warston says 25,000 viewers and only 3.6 likes. Let's help Tim with the algorithm. Well, thank you very much, Warston. I appreciate that sentiment. I think that does kind of help the algorithm. So if you feel so inclined, hit the like button. I think that does help. And if you're not subscribed, please do. It all does help. So thank you. Elijah, you are awesome. SN8 crashed because of low pressure in the methane header tank. But why was the pressure low? What are your thoughts? Thanks. It sounds like they're switching from gaseous. So Starship is doing the same thing that SLS is doing, which is autogenous pressurization. I think SLS is doing autogenous pressurization. David Willis, if you're still in chat, please let me know. But I feel like the RS-25 had a tap off that would pressurize the external fuel tank of the space shuttle. I'm assuming it uses the same thing for SLS. Yeah, and I'm getting a lot of people. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to read up on some of the things here. Okay, yeah, we'll learn more about in the press conference. I'm gonna get through this so I can listen to that on my own, and you guys can all watch it on your own. So, but they're switching over temporarily, at least in the methane tank, maybe in both header tanks, to using helium again to backfill pressure. It could be because of phase change problems or some kind of sloshing issue that caused a breach or some kind of valve configuration or something. It obviously was an easy fix for them because they addressed the issue and had the vehicle on the pad in like 2 weeks. SN9 that is. So I don't have the exact details, but I wouldn't be surprised if it has something specifically to do with using autogenous pressurization and something they're going to have to address long term. Alex says, hey Tim, what do you think we'll see fly as the first official mission? Starship Cargo or Starship Crewed? 100% cargo. They'll be flying cargo for a long time. I don't know when we'll first see. I don't know if we'll see people flying on Starship from launch without an abort system still. I don't believe that's a good idea until it's flown hundreds of times without any flaws. But yeah. So that's my thoughts. But yeah, I definitely think we'll see cargo fly a whole bunch. I do have that whole video on should Starship have an abort system, why doesn't it? And watch that if you have any questions about that. Robert, thank you so much for the pear emoji. I appreciate that. Travis Cecil, the space bingo card idea, winner takes $100 in the free merch. We could probably try to figure that out. That'd be really fun. Yeah. I think that's a really good idea. Definitely. Dizzy D says, I think that what Elon meant is that in that tweet is that engine swap needs to get down to only hours, not that these ones are going to be swapped that quick. I think you might be right. I think he's talking about ambitions, but it wasn't very clear and obvious in my opinion. So, that's a good thought, but I guess we'll see. It's definitely taking more than hours. So, Eric, also thank you for the pair character. I appreciate that. Rex says, Grr, also take my money. Love Elon, love mods. Love how you cover SpaceX updates. Well, thank you very much, Rex. And thanks for tuning in for all things space today. Alan, I think both Raptors are swapped out. I think they are officially, they were putting up the second one this morning or this afternoon. So I think both of them are officially swapped out. Right now, my prediction is that New Glenn, SLS, and Starship will all be ready around the same time, and we all win. Go Team Space. I think they're all going to be within like 6 months. I think Vulcan, New Glenn, Starship's first orbital launch, and SLS will definitely be, I think, within about 365 days, maybe within 6 months of each other, which is insane to think about. This is a great sentiment here from Alec Hutchinson. So, saying it's a little irritating that some people who jumped to highlight the loss of SpaceX's SN8 did not make that test a failure are jumping to say the opposite of that with the SLS green run. We test for a reason, and this is no different. That's a very good sentiment. I absolutely agree with that. Ryan Heaney says, used to watch all the shuttle launches and missions. Seeing Orange Rocket Beast on the launch pad brings you back. Thanks for being so dedicated. You're welcome, Ryan. I honestly cannot wait to see it fly because I never did get to see a space shuttle fly. So this will be my way of essentially seeing the closest thing to seeing the space shuttle fly. So Robard says, great work as always, Tim. Thanks. Well, thank you very much. This is from Tommaso. Says, Gwen Shotwell did say she's expecting Starship to go orbital in 2021. So not just Elon time at this point, so you never know. Maybe it will beat New Glenn to orbit. I know Gwen made it way more solid that I think they're actually going to try for orbit. But the problem is, in order to get to orbit, you have to have at least 20 or two dozen engines on the first stage of the Starship, and at least 3 to 6 Raptor engines on the upper stage. We're talking about, no matter what, at least 2 dozen engines. I don't think they have the capacity right now. I think they're only in their 50s right now. They might have a stockpile of, I don't know, we'll say 6 to a half dozen to a dozen Raptor engines right now that will go on, SN9, SN10, SN11, SN15. I think all those are probably spoken for. Every Raptor, they're probably already still don't have enough Raptor engines for just what's built now. So to get to orbit, say SN15 does want to go to orbit, the booster itself is still going to take about 2 dozen Raptor engines. And even if they have not built a single one for that yet, we are still, say they're producing one every 2 weeks, we're a year out in just Raptor engines, let alone the rest of the pad infrastructure, let alone every other aspect of it. We are a year out just in Raptor production, which is speeding up. So it's hard to tell, but I personally don't think we'll see Starship in orbit this year. But that's my personal bet. Youngster says, there shouldn't be any competition when it comes to spaceflight. The only thing that should matter is achieving something bigger than all of us. If there's no competition, though, there's no incentive commercially or for any real reason to bring the cost down. So I think competition is phenomenal. I think competition is great. It can be a friendly competition. It doesn't have to be we hate each other. That's what I support. I support, it's okay. Of course, everyone's probably going to have their favorite rocket or their favorite launch provider, and that's fine. But it doesn't mean you have to hate or poo-poo all the other people working on it too. That's my personal, that's my team space, my attitude. I invite you to kind of fight tribalism in that same manner. Not think that, just because SLS exists that you have to not like it because you're a fan of Starship or vice versa. They're all working on different aspects of sometimes the same thing, and sometimes in the long run we're better off because we have all of those options and we have them competing against each other. B. Shaw, when do you predict SpaceX to launch a Cybertruck test payload to orbit on a Starship Super Heavy? Like I said, I think orbit, I'm guessing 2022 in my opinion, and I would absolutely love to see something like some Cybertrucks in space. Sorry, Cybertrucks and semi-trucks or something like that would be awesome. I do need some water really bad. Thomas Stern, what are you talking about, Tim? The RS-25 are designed for reuse. Disposing of them is inherently wasteful. But reuse, they're proven to be almost wasteful because of how long it took to recycle them and how that it took an insane amount of time to actually make them reusable. You had to basically tear down the entire thing. You were basically reusing the outer portion of the engine. I don't think it's wasteful to. It's sunk cost fallacy to say that that's the only way forward. I think the RS-25. I wish they would just used a variant that was designed from the get-go to be expended, but I don't necessarily share that mentality. PK, thank you so much. A new membership from Endicott, thank you very much. Chazzy Max says, is the water deluge considered full flow, using the pond, then recycling back to the pond? Not full flow, probably, because the full flow isn't recycling anything. It's just utilizing the full flow of turbine exhaust is all flowing propellant is pre-burned before it goes into the engine. That's basically what full flow means. But I like your idea. I'd say it's fully reusable, though. Yeah. Brian R. Aronson says, even though there are plenty of commercial aircraft manufacturing, NASA still has planes built to test new tech. This is true. This is true. But, yeah, you're not wrong. They make a lot of X-planes still to test new technologies. But lots of times it's for things that aren't necessarily commercially viable. Launch vehicles are proving to be commercially viable in the 21st century, 100%. So I don't know if I want them to still be developing things like thermal nuclear engines or ion propulsion and other things like that. But I don't think we need them ever to be to really be doing what other people are already doing, in my opinion. Connor Veer, I know NASA helped SpaceX with manufacturing Dragon, but did SpaceX also get to help NASA with the SLS program? No, definitely not. There is no crossover that way. Desmo, SLS is simply a waste of money. I don't think so. I mean, it's cheaper than Apollo by really any regard. Again, I invite you to watch my video SLS versus Starship and my other one Artemis versus Apollo to get a perspective on why I personally don't think it's a waste of money. I don't want it long term. I think this is a gap filler until everything is caught up and ready, but I think it's an important thing now. Andrew, will NASA control astronaut employment forever? I don't know. I think there could be commercial astronauts in the relatively near future, even in the next 10 years. But I don't know what NASA's role will be in that long term. That's a good question. Uncultured. Why do they look so close to the test stand? Is it the focal length of the lens giving them a weird perspective from right to squeeze it? They were 1 mile, so 1.6 kilometers. They are very close, and I frankly don't know why you can be that close. I wish SpaceX would let us get that close to Starship, because that would be insane. Yeah, they were close. Mig Wheels says, hey from Canada, I love how genuine you are and admitting when you make a mistake. That's rare these days, especially while in the spotlight. I appreciate what you do and can't wait to see more from you. Well, thank you very much, Mig Wheels. I think that's one of those things that I appreciate even about the leadership Elon has, is he'll admit that they're wrong and they're going to make changes because of it immediately. They'll be like, yeah, we're wrong. This sucks. Let's redo it. I still think one of my favorite examples of that was Domino's Pizza in the United States. We were talking about this a little bit ago. It was like 12 years ago or something. They just came out with this thing. They're like, you know what? Our pizza sucks. You guys told us that you hate our pizza, so we redid it from scratch and we have new pizza. And it's great now. I think that's a lot better. I don't like when people act like they know the answers and the answers are rock solid and there's nothing that can change their mind. I think that is arrogant, and I think that is I think it's conceited to think that you always know the answer. Good scientists will always tell you they do not know the answers, and that's part of the scientific process, is admitting that there's flaws in your design, admitting that there's flaws in your hypothesis and your theories, and trying to disprove them over and over until you are sound that this is the best solution or the best answer. I would prefer to try to live by that mantra. I'm obviously not perfect, and neither is anybody else. But yeah, I think that that's an important mantra to live by, is that you're to some degree wrong no matter what, even when on the things that you know you're right on. There's always the idea that you're completely right on everything is just ridiculous. This is from CCS 4646. If you go back a bit, was that an SRB? No, sorry, we figured that out. It was not. Those are tanks. Wolfson says, how do you get started on space YouTube? I had originally started making artistic pictures of myself in a high-altitude Russian flight suit as an Instagram project, as a photography project, as a professional photographer. In the making of those photos, I really fell in love with some of the history and some of the fun details I was learning about spaceflight. and I wanted to teach people about that. So I was trying to teach them kind of in photos, and that's not very easy to do. And I realized it was way too hidden. You should watch. I have a video called "How Spacesuit Almost Killed Me." Watch that. You'll learn about the history of how I got into all this stuff. And I started doing YouTube full time in 2017. At the start of the year, I had like 100 or 200 or something subscribers, and I started full time on that. It was a total like wing and a prayer type of thing, just jumping in, hoping that I could make it grow. And I just started by starting, and it was terrible at first. It was horrible. It was so cringeworthy, so bad. And then since then, you just iterate and improve, and that's the story of life. All right, this is from Kylie saying, "Hi Tim, I'm watching with my 5-year-old nephew James today. We love learning about rockets and space together and often watch your streams. A shout out would be great, please, if you don't mind." Absolutely. Sorry if I'm really late here, Kylie. I'm getting to these now, but hello, James. Thank you for tuning in with me. Hopefully you enjoyed the test, and yeah, I really appreciate you guys watching, and hopefully you're excited about rockets and spaceflight and want to see more of them, because I sure do too. So yeah, thank you very much. Okay, Desmo says, maybe this thing will work for once. It did and it didn't. And I want to try to wrap up here in a timely manner so that I can actually listen to the post press briefing that'll be on NASA TV. So I encourage you to all do the same too. Thank you so much from 6969 saying, hopefully this will help a bit. If it does take a month, not a lot, sorry. Well, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I really hope that we see SN9 happen sooner rather than later, and that I'm not just stuck in a hotel for the next X amount of time. Yeah. Patrick Walzer, I learned yesterday that Grumman Aerospace changed North American Rockwell about $310,000. Charge North American Rockwell about $310,000 after towing the command module from Apollo 13 to and back to the moon. Of course, it was just a joke, but I had a great laugh. I did not know that. That is awesome. That's cool because they use it obviously as a life raft. That is really cool. JM Studios, the European upper stage is cheaper because the tanks are designed for production, i.e. can be produced with existing machinery. Mass production spreads out of fixed cost, cheaper engines. You're right. Yeah, very cool. You're right. The manufacturing, obviously, there's, oh man, I've got a long ways to go. Holy crap, my voice is going to die by the end of this. But yeah, you definitely get economies of scale, or is it economies of scale or scale of economies of scale? Yes, thank you. I get it backwards half the time. There are definitely economies of scale when you build things for mass production and not kind of these bespoke one-off things. And ICPS, the Delta IV upper stages, is a limited thing. They're done with it basically. They're trying to shut that line down. So doing that anymore is very cost prohibitive. Travis Cecil, give an integration of tank with fuselage and gauge of steel used in Starship. How would you deal with risks of Mars flight, like micrometeoroids and radiation? I think the thing is that the steel is really thick, actually, but I don't know the best way for micrometeorite mitigation, and we talked about radiation a little bit ago, but I don't actually have the answer to that, and I think they could maybe produce some kind of, who knows, if we're going to Mars, you might need to have some kind of like Whipple shield or some kind of shield outside of the vehicle that is protecting it. I have no idea, to be honest, but that's for the engineers to figure out. It's probably a fun problem to try to solve. Space Channel 5, thanks for the membership. Same with Jonathan Sitwell. Same with Baja Truck Guy. Christopher Daly. Puffin. Thank you guys. Thank you all for your memberships. I appreciate that. Simon Murray says, to help with your save for SN9. Well, thank you very much. Seriously, it really does help. Trust me. DJ Jones, what is the purpose of a scheduled hold? Why not add that time to the countdown? So I don't know. That is so confusing to me. I think it's a time for them to review data, and then because their systems aren't fully automated, there's a lot of manual procedures and things to check out and read out and do all these things. It's better for them if they have a window to just kind of have it as close to T0 as possible, and then release the hold and let the terminal count continue. But SpaceX got to the point of trying to automate all of that. So basically at like T-minus 45 minutes, sort of, they just let the rocket do its thing, and they only cancel if they see something off nominal or if the vehicle sees something off nominal. But that confuses me too. Oliver Pat, greetings from Germany. All you space people, read Perry Rodan. Cool. I don't know what that is, but there you go. That was from Oliver Pat himself. Jeff Strand, shout out to Ethan. All right, I love it. Is that you shouting out to Ethan, or do you want me to? Hi, Ethan, just in case. I don't know. Mig Wheels, I'm 19 hours away. Will I hear it? I don't think Canada's gonna hear it. Bait 215, I heard the low rumble from the test. That is awesome, Bait. Thank you for getting back to me. I'm sorry that it took me this long to get to it. That is so cool that from 45 minutes away you can hear the low rumble. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Chris J, SLS is not reusable. Legacy Tech versus Starship, right? No, it's not reusable. Period. Again, if you guys have questions about the stuff, anytime like SLS versus Starship, I have a lot. I have so far 2 deep dive videos on that, and there's more to come. It says go figure. Unfortunately, yeah. Desmo, thank you, Desmo. From Jan or John, are they able to recycle? Definitely not in their. Yeah, that's not really in their mantra. So no recycling. Mr. Spaceboy, I'm getting my full flow stage sweater soon. Awesome. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. John Moore, there seems to be a lot more mission control chatter and activity compared to SpaceX launch. Does SpaceX use much more automation compared to SLS? There is a lot more automation in SpaceX's countdowns now, but also we don't hear the chatter. So there is probably a lot more comms chatter that we just don't hear. But these days, that's such a well-oiled machine. I think a lot of it is automated. There's probably just not as much communication on comms anyway. But SLS is definitely a more traditional way of doing things. So there probably is a large amount of chatter because of that. From Tiz Vanded Twin. There you go. Sorry. How does Super Chat work? What does the indicator bar mean? It shows, so that shows how long that comment will stay pinned up in the upper. I try to get to every comment though. Today I'm regretting that decision, and I will not be able to do that like on Starship days. But it shows, the bigger the Super Chat is, the longer that stays pinned to the top. So it kind of gives you a timer for how long based on the Super Chat. Yeah, I think. I don't really know either. Eric says, this isn't a big deal. Every launch service has had early aborts during tests. That's why we tested it. It isn't unique to Boeing. Absolutely. Same thing with Starship. I mean, it's I'll say this, no matter what the vehicle, they test for a reason, and I'm just glad that the hardware is still there and existing and not in a million pieces. 100%. Hopefully they learn and will know what went wrong, and they can proceed from there or retest if necessary. Nate Erickson, thanks, Tim, for all your hard work and commitment to live streaming SpaceX and other space advancements. Well, thank you, Nate. I appreciate you saying hi. 1,000 dots. Hugs, Tim. There'll be another time. Hopefully, or they just go right to the flight. I wouldn't mind seeing that thing fly ASAP. Film Crew Tech. Like you, I am on Team Space, but I'm also on Team Taxpayer. Imagine what Elon could do with SLS money. It just seems like a waste. I agree with you. I do think that Elon and SpaceX has proven to be a better cost per dollar. They have gotten things done cheaper and quicker than more traditional ways of doing so. But again, at the time that SLS was conceived, that would have been a way bigger risk than the way that SLS is running now. I think going forward, I think NASA's learning their lessons, and that's why they're implementing things like HLS. But at this point, I still agree with the decisions to have done that. So, people are asking, our peak viewership for SN8, we got 92,000 or 182? Either 182 or 192,000 concurrent views at a time in Discord. I saw you guys asking about that. So we're quite a ways away from that for a test like this, but maybe SN9 will break it. We will see. Tell all your friends to watch SN9, and let's see if we can smash that record. Hanalak, why are y'all hating SpaceX? Burns only last seconds. For Starship, you're right. I agree. I'm not even paying attention to the main chat because I know it's probably pretty toxic. But I'm just glad that a test happened and that it's still standing, like I said. This is from Ken. Good to go. 1 minute, 8 minutes, both fine. Ship it. I love it. Thank you very much, Ken. Yeah, 1 does not equal 8, but meh. We'll see. We'll see what they do. George says, Starship can easily send a fully fueled Falcon 9 second stage into orbit. Would this make a decent third kick stage? Not really. The Falcon 9 upper stage is not really efficient in terms of space. It could be used as a kick stage, but now you have to have on board, you have to have RP1 fuel if they have umbilicals and stuff built into Starship to be able to support, a third stage. I don't think it makes too much sense. There might be some cases where we do see kick stages though, and things like that, but there could be better kick stages in the Falcon 9. But maybe that wouldn't be enough performance for certain use cases. But I don't know. That's a good question. Alexander Jordan, Project Pluto modified for laser ramjet. All of that almost means nothing to me, unfortunately, Alexander. It sounds awesome, and since it's a question, my answer to your question is yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, Project Pluto modified for laser ramjet. Yes. J.R. Moore. None of us are in a position to call this success or failure. I hope NASA got the data they needed. Absolutely, JR, you're 100%. We are all armchair engineers at this point, quite literally. Jesse, oh, hey, Tim. Me and my family were wondering, what do you think will happen to U.S. Space Force now? Greetings from England. I think U.S. Space Force will stick around. I think it makes sense. It had been proposed for 30 years. I think it does make sense to have space assets managed by one department, air assets, ground assets, and sea assets, all managed by their respective territories, right? I think it'll stick around. I think it'd be silly to try to back out of it now. Really, all it is really organizing how things are. It makes a lot of sense when there's certain missions that'll trade off from, literally from like SpaceX's hands to NASA's hands to the Air Force's hands to the Department of Defense or something like. There's a lot of trade-offs a lot of times, and it'd make a lot more sense to just unify that into Space Force. So I think it makes sense myself, and I think it will stick around. Kevin Martin, do you think Elon will stick with tiles or end up with a newer heat shielding for this century? Tiles still make sense. People hate on tiles just because the space shuttle had a lot of compromises in the tiles, like being glued on and being really fragile, and all of that. But this is very different. The tough rock material is a lot stronger. It's physically bolted onto the vehicle. They're mass produced in a uniform shape and size, so they can quite literally just fill the whole thing with it. No big deal, unlike the space shuttle. I think that it still makes sense, but we will see how it goes from here on out. I mean, Starship will change a lot constantly. So it's impossible to predict the future with Starship and with how quickly they change things. Apex. Nuclear pulse propulsion Project Orion is the best propulsion our physics allows and is totally safe to use in space for getting up to speed and on dead planets for launching. Okay. I mean, yeah, I suppose it could make sense, but I still think it sounds terrifying to me. But that's just my opinion. Luog says, Chinese aiming to use the moon as an orbiting space station and base for further space travel ahead of the U.S. Are the Chinese more patient or realistic? I don't know if it's that great of an idea because you still have the gravity well of the moon. So does it make sense to land a spacecraft there and stage there and then go from there? I don't think it necessarily makes sense. I think it does make sense to maybe use lunar resources and refuel things from lunar orbit because it can take less delta V to get from the moon back to Earth and fuel up a vehicle in an elliptical orbit than, say, going from Earth up to space. And then you're not having any of that high energy and highly polluting resources in our planet. You can do that all in deep space, get heavy industry off of Earth. Arby, I've subscribed through YouTube. What's better for you, that or Patreon? Patreon actually takes less of a cut. Patreon takes about 10%, and YouTube takes 30% of super chats and membership. So if you're purely wanting to support what I do, I do recommend Patreon for that. So patreon.com/everydayastronaut definitely helps make all of this possible, and I am so incredibly thankful for everyone that does that. Yeah, thank you for asking, and thank you for wanting to do what's best with the money. So thank you very much. I truly appreciate that. Apex. A very easy solution for radiation for colonists on Mars until they figure out shielding is to send colonists over 50 who have already had kids. There we go. Yeah, you're right. Because you get that kind of lifetime radiation goals for NASA. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Lori, today was still so exciting even though it was short. Thanks for all your videos. My 8-year-old son and I love watching them. Well, thank you, Lori, and thanks for watching with your family again. That truly means the world to me. I, again, was excited. Glad that they got some data. We'll see what that data teaches them. Paul says, what was the objective Hayabusa? What data could be extrapolated from the regolith? Also, The Oracle waits. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's the unknown unknowns. We don't know what data you're going to learn about an asteroid until you collect data, until you collect samples and start going through and learning. The objective was to collect samples from the surface and also subsurface samples, and then see what we learn. It's an open book. That's the best that I can answer that. Harrison Baxter, for a Mars ticket, cup of coffee, or an adult beverage, love your channel, great content. Thank you very much, Harrison. I do appreciate that. Eloquence, major component failure is detected by the SSME controller. It's bad. Yikes. Well, hopefully they learn, and maybe they'll swap an engine and get the vehicle shipped out or have to do another test. But there are plenty of RS-25s lying around. Like I said, there's 16 of them from the space shuttle program, so hopefully they can do a swap, repair that one, and get the vehicle ready to go. Thank you, Ryan's Random Videos, for the membership. Aaron J. Morton, let's say you're streaming something 10 years from now. What do you predict could be the wildest thing we'll be watching? Thanks for your devotion. Great question, Aaron. I think in 10 years, I realistically think we're getting right around 2030 is when humans will land on Mars. And I think that's what will be the biggest, most defining moment of my career as following this stuff on YouTube and trying to broadcast it. Hopefully by then I will have the best setup possible with a full team, able to really bring you the best coverage available, period. That's my goal, and I think that's what I will be streaming 10 years from now. Knocking on wood there for that one. Kian says, hi, Tim from Hawaii. About to head to the observatory to watch the stars today. There's few places in the world that give you the same feeling of awe. Yes, I would love to do some nights on top of mountains in Hawaii where the skies are pitch black. Some of the best night sky viewing in the world. I would absolutely love that. So, yeah. All right, from Lucian, funding Fly Tim on New Shepard hopefully before 2030. Well, the scary thing is I told, as a joke, as a complete joke, I said when I get to 10,000 Patreon supporters, I would buy a ticket to space. I thought it was literally a joke when I made that. I'm coming up on, I'm almost halfway there now. My voice cracked when I said that because I'm actually scared. And I'm dying because I have not had a drink of water. Whoops. I'm almost halfway there. That's terrifying. That means in a couple years, 2 or 3 years, there's a decent chance I'll have to buy a ticket to space. And I literally don't even I kind of do want to. It also actually scares the crap out of me. So we will see. I will be, yeah. Thorkel, thank you so much. And another thing from Thorkel, friendly competition is easy as an outside observer. Doesn't work when we have skin in the game. So agree that competition is good for development, though. Yeah, I agree. People want me to hydrate. I do want a glass of water, but I'm almost done. I'm just gonna power through this. Oh geez, I still have like 4 pages left. I'm gonna get through this though. This is from Own High again. When the shuttle visited the UK, on the back of a jumbo, it flew directly over me as I watched. Not the same, but I know still. So you've seen the shuttle fly. See, I haven't even seen that at all. Ryan's Random Videos. Hi Tim, I'm from Cedar Falls. Awesome, and I love space as much as you do. And sub to Random's Videos. Destroyed car logo. Well, that is awesome. Thank you, Ryan's Random Videos. Maybe I'll run into you someday in my hometown. That's awesome. Pedro Ortiz. Hey Tim, do Starship to have super heavy first stage to return from Mars. Keep up the great work. Nope. Starship has enough Delta V to get off of Mars and all the way back to Earth with only Starship. Don't forget it can utilize its vacuum optimized engines on the surface of Mars. Mars has a lot lower gravity, only 38% of that of Earth. It has less atmosphere, so it doesn't have as much air resistance to fight against. So yeah, it does not need super heavy to get off of Mars and home. Koki, for the hotel rent a guest, go Team Space. I hope I can see at least one rocket launch with my own eyes in the future. I think you should and you need to, and hopefully as the world gets back on track here, hopefully this year, people can travel and go witness spaceflight because it's definitely worth it. It is definitely worth it. This is from J.R. Moore. Competition drives innovation. An opponent makes your team better. I am Team SpaceX, but I love the Blue Origin test this week and hope NASA got good data now. Amen. I'm with you there. Trevor Johnson, what are your thoughts on the time it will take to get Starship crew rated given the Falcon 9 Dragon took 9 years to fully develop and launch with crew. I think they've learned a lot. I think it'll be a good, easily 5 years before something like the like Starship actually flies humans from Earth. I think we could see humans in Starship in space before then. I think maybe even the Dear Moon missions. I would not be surprised if it ends up they put Starship in orbit, park it, get it fully fueled, and then send the passengers up via Falcon 9s. Because I think it'll take a lot to get it crew rated through ascent and reentry. Falcon 9s would still be much safer for ascent and reentry. So my guess would be at least 5 years, personally. Heather Lee finally have some money to donate. Can't wait to see your seal number 9 coverage. Thank you, by the way. Shame about early cutoff. Well, thank you, Heather. Thanks for the support. I can't wait to cover SN9 for you guys. We have some awesome things. Awesome things in store for you. It will be great, I promise. Friend Beast, a problem with space travel is human fragility, but human augmentation is a growing technology. Someday augmenting humans might be easier than rockets. I agree with you. I think someday that is the trend we're going for, but meanwhile, it is really cool when humans explore, in my opinion. Really, really cool. Paul, do you think cost plus contracts are gone for good? Well, clearly they're not, because SLS still functions on cost plus. And I think there's still times and places, like how do you bid a Mars rover? Sorry, how do you bid like a rover or something that is totally bespoke and one-off in a fixed price contract? I just don't know. I think there's too many risks sometimes with fixed cost, and for certain things that are like non-profit like that are not meant to be profited. I just don't think it necessarily makes sense at all times. But I really hope that some of these things that are already solved, already competitive, should never have cost plus contracts. Morton says, if Super Heavy fails on launch, could Starship function as an escape system by itself? Keep up the good work. Love from Norway. Morton, that is in my video. Does Starship need an abort system? Or why doesn't Starship have an abort system, and should it? We talk about that exact question. It wouldn't be a very good abort system, I will tell you that. It's slow to spin up. It's low thrust to weight ratio. At best, it might be able to prevent itself from falling the distance of the booster if the booster rutted on the pad. But it's not going to really... It's not a great abort system, but it might be an option. Maros, will SpaceX build new space station to refuel Starship, dock lunar lander, and so on? Maybe it could be target of its first cargo missions of Starship. I don't think they will build a new space station to refuel. That's what Starship to Starship refueling is for. You don't necessarily gain much if you put depots into orbit. You still have to get that mass up there in the first place. As a matter of fact, you basically just wasted depots. You have to keep those pressurized. So it's better just to launch your propellant into the vehicle you need it to be on. You kind of save some steps anyway. So I don't think we need a space station to refuel Starship. Elmar, refurbishing an RS-25 costs very nearly as much as buying a whole new one. Rocketdyne has the RS-025E and RS-25F simplified, cheaper variants designed. Exactly. For now, they're reusing, because it was an easy path forward, the physical hardware from the old space shuttles. And I think it's good that they're getting work done instead of rusting away or collecting dust. But that's just my opinion. John Ellis, Team Space, NASA, and SpaceX are partners, 100%. Fabio says, and thanks, John, by the way. Fabio says, hey, man, thanks for sharing your knowledge and standing your ground in Texas. Well, thank you very much, Fabio. I appreciate you tipping. That's awesome. Sean, NASA equals National Air and Space Administration. It's AROS. Wait, National Air and Space Administration. Did I missay that earlier or something? I don't remember. I don't know. But yeah, you're right. But that's was that maybe in response to Space Force? I don't know. Yeah, it's aeronautics and space. Yeah, not air, but yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, I don't think it's air. Yeah, I don't know if I'm missing something, but yeah, it is. It's not the National Air and Space Administration, but all right. Dr. Gray, if you wanted to colonize a part of space personally, which do you think would be the coolest place to go? Asteroid mining, Mars, Europa. I'm a big fan of Titan. I think Titan would be awesome. I think Mars makes a ton of sense too. I want to see humans back at the moon. I want to see Mars. And then Titan is my next place that I think humans would be a huge challenge. But once there, it'd actually be relatively habitable. So, yeah. All right. This is thank you for the membership, Paul. I appreciate that. JT Laser, why is SLS not reused? Too big. Engine turnaround costs. NASA not motivated to. I think NASA had a bad taste in their mouth with how much refurbishment cost for the space shuttle, and just in order to maximize performance at the time, it made sense to not pursue reusability. Reusability was kind of seen as this thing after the space shuttle, and they had learned those lessons, and they just wanted to go full on out and maximize performance and reduce the risk on development too. So if you can't iterate quickly like what SpaceX does, it's really hard, and NASA has a hard time shifting like that just inherently. So that's why it's more just it was easier to design a safer bet and easier to design an expendable vehicle, period. Andrew Clapp, awesome job. Tim, wintering in SPI. Bring your crew out, drinks on me. Well, thank you very much, Andrew. We're still holding pretty strict social guidelines here. We're not really going out. We're ordering in, which is why it's not the most fun thing to do in the world. But yeah, we're trying to still keep things safe. Really make sure we're at. I think we're still in like we're nearing the end of the tunnel of the pandemic. I really would like to get out of this thing without catching corona. I think that'd be fantastic. So, but maybe soon we'll do a meetup once things are safe to do so, and I would love to then take you up on that offer. Riley Starr, big fan since the spaceflight days. Congrats on everything you've built. Where do you want to be in 10 years? Still covering the industry, part of the industry, something else entirely? Riley, honestly, I want to be here when humans get back to the moon. I want to be still doing this when humans land on Mars. But I don't want to be doing this full time. I do, at some point, probably want this to be a little bit more self-running, and I would love to pursue other interests. I someday want to maybe pursue becoming an architect. I know it has nothing to do with spaceflight. That was another big passion of mine. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, that'd be a big 180, but that would be what I would like to do someday. I might be going back to school when I'm like 45 or 50. No shame in that, and pursuing that. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I can stick it out that long. Chris Harris, thank you so much. I appreciate seeing you. Thank you very much. JR Craft, we're only send robots to the moon if money was an issue. We'd only send robots to the moon if money was the issue. Yeah, I mean, but there's still definitely something to be said about putting humans on the moon, and money is always an issue. So, JR Nee, you should get a free ride on Dear Moon. I'm sure Elon can make that happen. Save on money, but not on anxiety. I don't know if I'd fly on Dear Moon, honestly. It scares the crap out of me. Starship still is very scary. Being one of the first crews on Starship would be very scary. But it would be insane. I don't know. I literally don't know what I would say. Yeah. I have not checked out Streamlabs for donation processing yet, but I probably should consider it. I'm almost done, guys, and then I don't have to hydrate. Well, then I can hydrate in a second. And I will brighten the camera. I don't want to brighten the camera because you'll see the settings on screen like this. We don't want that. I'm already cranked on my aperture, and I can't adjust the gain without going through the menu. So we're just gonna finish. I will look into that, but it's just so nicely integrated here in YouTube. Will Cooper, Starship Super Heavy reaching orbit this year is feasible. How many test flights are needed before the next Mars launch window? An uncrewed mission in 2024 strikes me as possible. Why not a crewed in 2028? I agree with everything you said, frankly. I could maybe see a vehicle getting to Mars in 2024, in that 24 window. We will see. I don't know how many test flights are needed. I personally don't think we will see Starship in orbit in 2021. Personal bet. But that's just me being a pessimist because I'm out here poo-pooing, seeing things not work out always. So, from Acacia, here's $2 for a bottle of water. Thank you very much. Evan, where's the Elon interview after SNA? I don't know. I've again been talking with their teams, trying to figure it out, and it's just a scheduling nightmare still. Elon is quite literally, probably one of the busiest people in the world. So getting time with him, although he wants that, although his team wants it, and I want that, we're still trying to figure it out. So we'll see. Nate Iverson, is SpaceX's Dear Moon mission really using Starship? Are they expecting civilian passengers to be on board of a propulsive landing by 2023? I addressed that a second ago. I personally think some of the early missions, including that, could be where they just dock with it with Dragon. They do it in a safe manner. You could even put 7 people on it because you're just going up to low Earth orbit briefly, stuff it full of people, put the cargo on the Starship, refuel it, do all that stuff, and then send people up and back down eventually using Dragon capsules. That's just my personal, what could be a possibility if they're not ready to fly people on ascent and reentry. Johnny Noble, can you tell us about the UK's joint mission with Rolls-Royce to look into nuclear-powered engines? I cannot, but it sounds like the Angry Astronaut has a video on that I need to watch and learn up on. So, nope, I can't, unfortunately, Johnny. But it sounds like there is a good video out there. I can't vouch for it myself, having not seen it. But I hear the Angry Astronaut's been making some good videos, so check that out. Tyler, if SLS is delayed, do you think NASA will have to shortlist SpaceX as one of the 2 lunar landers to have any shot at the moon in 24? No, if SpaceX as a lunar lander will not help the situation at all, because it will not be taking crew from the surface of the Earth to the moon. It will have to be meeting up in lunar orbit with Orion. That is the only option right now, especially anywhere near 2024 or 2025. I just don't think, I don't know. I think the first missions to the moon will 100%, the missions to the surface of the moon will be with Artemis, and it will be with Orion and NASA. But then again, I would love to see SpaceX prove me wrong. That'd be crazy. John Ellis, spacecraft-inspired architecture popular. Hey, that would be cool. That would be very cool. Yeah. I love that. Okay, I made it through all the comments. I did it. Thank you guys so much for all your super chats. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for watching that test with me. You guys are awesome. Again, stay tuned. We've got a lot more coming. There's a Rocket Lab launch coming up soon. Make sure you're subscribed, and just stay tuned on Twitter, and we'll keep you up to date. And hopefully we'll be able to see seal number 9 fly here in a week or 2 or 3 or whatever. And hopefully I maintain some semblance of sanity waiting for that. So thank you all for your support, making all of that possible. If you do want to help support what I do, consider becoming a Patreon supporter by going to patreon.com/everydayastronaut. And there you can get some fun perks like joining our awesome Discord channel and all these other fun things, including some exclusive live streams and stuff like that too. So thanks to all my patrons. You guys are awesome. And again, if you do want 10% off of the Normal shirt or the Normal hat, go to everydayastronaut.com/shop. Use coupon code LaunchDay for 10% off of the Normal collection. And that's a fun way to support what I do too. So thank you, everybody. That is going to do it for me. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, bringing space down to Earth for everyday people. Bye, everybody.
But I noticed something strange while booking my Asian getaway. My plane seems to be making a detour over Alaska. Why is my plane going out of its way to avoid the Pacific Ocean? Is this a mistake? Did I accidentally sign up for the Caribou route? At first, you might think this was a safety issue. The Pacific is the largest and deepest of the world's oceans. If a plane encounters a problem over a seemingly endless and bottomless pond of water, the pilots are going to have a rough time finding a safe spot to set her down. Alaska might not be overpopulated with international airports, but it's a lot better than the middle of the ocean. How's that for a tourism slogan? Alaska. At least it's better than sinking. Okay, I apologize, Alaska. Guessing that it was a safety precaution wouldn't be entirely wrong. When planning a route, many pilots prefer to maximize the number of airports along their path. Emergencies are incredibly rare relative to how many planes take to the skies every day. But I can't think of many things more stressful than losing an engine 30,000 feet over the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That said, it isn't the main reason airlines tend to avoid making a straight shot east to west. Ultimately, it comes down to saving fuel and time. It's easy to forget that an airline is a business whose profits depend on how quickly and cheaply it can move passengers between destinations. People also prefer to get to their next stop as quickly as possible, so it's a win-win for both airlines and passengers. Long story short, which is not my forte, speed is usually the primary factor in determining a plane's flight path. Excluding special circumstances such as passing through the jet streams or other meteorological concerns, the fastest route is almost always the one closest to a straight line. But wait, just look at that flight path. It's anything but a straight line. Well, yeah, when you look at it on a flat map. But our planet isn't flat now, is it? It can be confusing since we're used to looking at our world on a two-dimensional plane. Unless you bust out a globe each time you need to check where some city or country is located, you probably look at a world map. So, on a 2D map, making a giant rainbow to avoid the Pacific Ocean looks like a much longer route. But since the Earth is a sphere, more or less, but more on that later, a straight line is going to look very different in three-dimensional spaces. Okay, let's do a little experiment. Got a globe nearby? Oh yeah, I just said most of us use Google Maps. Alright, here. I'll show you on mine. I put one end of a string on Los Angeles and the other end on Tokyo. When I pull it tight, you'll notice that the string isn't running exactly parallel to the lines of latitude printed on the globe. Instead, it'll bend slightly upwards as it follows the curvature of this mini Earth I got at the bookstore down the road. This effect is even more pronounced in practice because my globe isn't a perfect recreation of the real deal. In fact, the problem is that it's too perfect. You see, unlike a globe, the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. Our planet is slightly bigger around the middle, kind of like me after the holidays. Wait, who wrote that? When looking at pictures taken from outer space, the difference isn't enough to notice. The planet is so big that it's easy to lose track of a few hundred miles here and there. But check it out. If you could take a giant string and measure the Earth's circumference through the poles, you'd need 24,860 miles of string. But if you do the same at the equator, it would jump to 24,900 miles. Why is that, you ask? Well, it's because our planet rotates on its axis. Ever spin yourself really fast on the playground merry-go-round when you were a kid? Remember feeling like the thing was going to throw you out to the sides? Actually, I remember I was throwing up a lot. Not a good ride for me. Anyway, something similar happens to the Earth's midsection as it spins. The force causes it to bulge out. Yes, it's spinning fast enough to do that. Anybody tuning in from the equator right now, you're currently moving about 1,000 miles per hour. That 40-mile difference in the Earth's width might not seem like very much, but when it comes to the surface area of an entire planet, that little bit of added girth can go a long way. The combination of these two factors, the curvature of the Earth and its extra equatorial width, ooh, I like that, mean that curving toward the poles is a shorter distance than flying, what seems like on a map, straight across. None of this is to say that planes never cross the Pacific Ocean. People have to get to Australia somehow, I guess. I'm not so much into giant insects and spiders, but hey, to each his own. Just kidding, Australia. Anyway, Planes will also venture over open water to avoid storms, while aircraft can outclimb some types of severe weather such as hurricanes and tropical storms. Seemingly mundane thunderstorms are surprisingly challenging. With clouds reaching altitudes of over 60,000 feet, airplanes are advised to steer around instead of into or over them. It's almost unheard of for modern aircraft to be brought down by severe weather, but bad enough turbulence can cause injuries to passengers and crew if they, and all the stuff they've packed with them, get tossed around the cabin. The takeaway here is keep your seatbelts fastened at all times. Another reason planes will sometimes brave an oceanic voyage is to take advantage of the smoother ride. Even in clear weather, there's much less turbulence over water than over land. This is because the primary source of turbulence is hot air rising up from the ground. Hey, there's a lot of hot air rising up from this microphone. Water distributes heat a lot better than soil, so flights over the ocean are often much smoother. The other primary consideration for determining flight paths are air currents, namely the jet streams. These high-altitude air currents exist near the top of the troposphere. That's the lowest layer of the Earth's atmosphere, and the one where most weather occurs. The border between the troposphere and the next layer up, the stratosphere, is known as the tropopause. Its altitude fluctuates between 4 and 12 miles above the Earth's surface. This fluctuation results in rapid shifts in air temperature and pressure, which creates a wind tunnel that can reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour. These extreme speeds are most common in winter, when the temperature difference is greatest, but regular wind speeds of 80 to 140 miles per hour are nothing to scoff at, so keep your scoffing to yourself. There are 4 main jet streams, 2 in each hemisphere, and thanks to the Earth's rotation, they mostly flow west to east. The 2 most important for air travel are the polar jet stream, which forms near the Arctic Circle, and the subtropical jet stream near the equator. Both are thousands of miles long, despite being only a few miles wide. Flying with a jet stream can shave several hours off of a trip, but flying into it can slow the plane down considerably. It's also worth noting the risks associated with jet streams. The biggest hazard is a kind of turbulence known as clear air turbulence, which occurs along the edges of the streams. This kind of turbulence is nearly impossible to predict and far more intense than the usual variety. Turbulence-related accidents are rare, but they are possible. One particular serious incident happened in 1997, when a plane flying from Tokyo to Honolulu suddenly dropped after hitting a patch of clear air turbulence. The pilots were able to regain control, but many passengers had been thrown from their seats really hard by the sudden descent. With that danger in mind, flight plans need to be carefully calculated to take advantage of the jet streams without putting the plane at risk. Repeat after me. Keep your seatbelts on at all times while flying. Understanding why planes take the routes they do often comes down to facts that we don't usually think about in everyday life. The jet stream mostly affects things tens of thousands of feet in the air, and the curvature of the Earth doesn't really matter unless you're traveling hundreds of miles per hour over vast distances. I don't know about you, but my car can't quite manage either of those things. At least not yet. I have a few ideas, but we'll save that for a video titled 7 Things You Shouldn't Strap Rockets To.
Stainmoor, Northern England, a land of open skies, desolate hills, ruins of the old world. It's had many names over the years, many people. In the mid-10th century, the winds of political change in Northumbria at his back. The last Norse ruler of Jorvik, Eric Bloodaxe, made a last-ditch effort to cross this moor, accompanied by his chosen men and armed retainers, seeking to reach his allies on the Irish Sea, to live to fight another day. He'd never make it, betrayed and killed en route. A solitary monument left here on a roadside still marks marks the passing of that last great Viking ruler in Britain. The road he likely took, bits of it still well paved at the time, at least in part had been in use for close to 1,000 years. A great highway built by the old empire which once ruled in these parts. Vast construction projects to link up their glittering cities and walled strongholds. Used, reused and marvelled at for centuries to come by people with little knowledge of building in stone. Today, as in many places in Britain, the modern motorway still cuts a swathe along that old path. For after the Romans abandoned Britain at the start of the 5th century, the continental heartlands collapsing around them, many of their highways continued in use, and many rulers would continue to hark back to that imperial majesty of days gone by. But in truth, it would be hundreds of years before any sort of comparable architecture would be attempted again. Much longer for an empire of comparable power to arise. Though bardic tradition often spins a different, more heroic yarn, and the tiny handful of written sources from the era add further trimming to the tale, archaeology tells us that 5th, 6th and 7th century Britain was a post-apocalyptic landscape. Where once armies of tens of thousands had marched along well-paved roads to war, now bands of 100 or less decided the fates of entire kingdoms. And to call them kingdoms even, as we know the term, is often a stretch. Polities at this time often amounting to little more than a river valley, a handful of followers eking out an existence in the ruins of an old Roman town. But this isn't always the case. There are hints of much larger identities too, particularly in the north and the west, where the Roman way of life never really took hold. Much older traditions clinging on. And in those years, this moor was no man's land, a frontier zone not just between rival states, but rival ways of life, opposing incompatible cultures. To the east, pagan Germanic settlers, descendants of imperial mercenaries, migrating boat people and opportunistic Romano-Britons alike. In archaeology, these pre-coinage illiterate newcomers can be seen in tiny riverbound settlements, cattle corrals, burial mounds, elaborate metalwork, and over time, by the year 600 or so, princely burials, complete with majestic grave goods, a sign of the birth of kingship, power, and ever larger political organisations. To the west of the moor, sheltered by the steep hills of Cumbria, enclosed by the windswept Irish Sea, sits the green fertile valley of the River Eden. Once home to a kingdom truly worthy of that title, a last holdout of the old world. This wasn't Anglo-Saxon, and it wasn't really Roman either, but British. British. The massive land wall built by the Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century AD across the entirety of northern Britain is perhaps the most visible remnant of the Roman world left here today. But a city on its western edge lingers on too. Once home to a city council able to dictate its own affairs, today we know the place as Carlisle. And there's a good argument for this being the last city in Roman Britain. For people continued to live here long after the Western Empire collapsed. Not only that, but several fortresses along the wall show signs of continued occupation too. At Housesteads, Vindolanda and Bird Oswald, to name a few. But did these people see themselves as Romans? Maybe, but just as likely is their re-embracing of their own pre-Roman Brythonic culture. Further south from Carlisle, Brythonic place names like Penrith still hark back to that time. Celtic holdouts turning to old customs for survival. For the kingdom in question, which once ruled in these parts, and perhaps stretching north into Galloway to the north, the Pennines to the south, is a British name too, sung in songs for hundreds of years, all the way down to today. We know it as Regeth, forged in the fires and